Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear, if you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude.
But at the end of the day, if it comes at me, I will go at it. And I'm not being responsible for what happens. I have to kick it between the bollocks. That's what's going to happen. I will kick a panda in the bollocks if I have to.
I don't really like talking about these people because they infect my mind and I start to relate shit in my real life to these freaks on the internet. I try to just save it all for one day and then I just blow it all out.
Today's big question, which is, how often should you wash your towels? Ted in Wisbeck has been in touch. I don't use towels. I use a hairdryer set on cool. It takes a bit longer, but it feels lovely. And I finish off with a little talc for my testes and bum.
Stop. This is not going to work. This is like, what is this, the lowest level there is? This for children? Is this it? Do you not understand the complexity of this? Must you lose your mind in this?
Well, hello there and greetings to you and how are you doing? And happy Thursday to you. Well, you seem to have three people here. Sorry, three. Three people here. How you doing? You all right? Welcome. Let's see. Who is... Mr. Casper. I just saw you in the with the dusty one. In the audience of the dusty. Don't get your ass up here, Mr. Ghost. Come talk to me. Let's get this ball rolling straight away. I do actually have I got a couple of little videos I want to look at, but first and foremost I want to talk to people. I got the ball rolling there, I'll tell you what. Here we go. This is my friend. She doesn't know she's my friend. She doesn't know. Well, actually, no, she does know me. Well, she doesn't know me, but she knows of me. And she liked my video about what is reality. She said not enough people are watching it. So obviously, I came across her work and I left a comment because she was talking about reality, and I left a comment saying, this is crazy, it's like synchronicity. I've just been talking about reality too. And here's the video. And she came up and she came and looked at it. She came and watched it. I didn't actually expect her to, but she did. And she left a really good, nice comment. And yeah, and I've been watching her work ever since. JP, what's up, brother? How you doing, sir? This is Marlena. I can't remember what her surname is. Karlova. Marlena Karlova. I'll drop a link. That is a link to her video. If you want to go and give her a like, preferably after the stream. But if you want to jump over there and do it now, just promise you'll come back. So
we mapped the 3 pillars that gave birth to the parasitic system controlling human civilization: hierarchy, shame, and scarcity. These aren't just macro-level structures. They're the foundation of every manipulation you've experienced in your personal life. I'm excited to share all this with you because I've been looking for this mechanism my entire life. Today, we're deconstructing manipulation itself, not as a collection of isolated tactics you need to memorize, but as a unified system operating through the same 3 mechanisms at every scale. By the end of this video, you'll have a detection framework that works on any manipulation from state propaganda to your mother's guilt trip. Once you see the pattern, you can't be fooled by surface variations. Most resources on manipulation give you lists: gaslighting, triangulation, love bombing, silent treatment, withholding, projection, dozens of named tactics, each requiring separate identification and response strategies. This approach has 3 critical failures. First, it's
I just want to. Who is this yellow heart you keep thanking? It's meant to be a gold heart. A gold heart, like, thank you for watching in between 2 gold hearts. And it just keeps putting it out as yeah. Sorry, I don't know how to change it. It's like it's not doing the code properly for the yellow hearts, so it's
overwhelmed by surface diversity. Manipulators constantly adapt tactics and combine methods in novel ways. If you're matching behavior to a memorized list, you'll always be 1 step behind. Second, it obscures the underlying mechanism. Knowing the name triangulation doesn't tell you why it works or how to recognize structural variations you haven't encountered before. Third, it locates the problem in individual bad actors rather than systemic infrastructure.
It's snowing, dude. In the northeast, you've got snow. Crikey. Hey, maybe it'll be a white Christmas.
This frames manipulation as aberrant behavior by damaged people, not as the predictable output of a system designed to produce exactly this result. What you need isn't another taxonomy of tactics. You need to understand the architecture that makes all manipulation possible. Here's the pattern. Every manipulation that works activates at least one of the 3 pillars of control, often multiple simultaneously. Pillar 1 creates hierarchy, positioning the manipulator above you, establishing their authority as legitimate and your questioning as transgression. Pillar 2 deploys shame or guilt, making you feel defective, wrong, ungrateful, or responsible for the manipulator's emotions and needs. Pillar 3 exploits scarcity or creates dependency, controlling resources you need, whether material like money or housing, or psychological like love, approval, belonging, or validation. These are
that was not something I had scarcity of when I was young. We didn't have a lot of money, but like love and care and attention and affection, you know, those things, they weren't in scarcity. It's always been money. Money's always been in scarcity.
Functional mechanisms with predictable effects. When you understand which pillar is being activated, you can see through the surface performance to the underlying control structure. Let's deconstruct specific manipulations through this framework. Pillar 1. Hierarchy manipulation. The moment someone switches into a paternal or mentoring tone, they signal dominance. Authority can be performed by tone alone, like when someone sarcastically says, "Of course you're the smartest one." It's also an attempt to put you in a lower position. A narcissist never argues horizontally. They elevate themselves above you and push you down, so the debate ends before it starts. Watch how this mechanism operates across completely different contexts. A parent declares, "Because I said so," when they have no argument, only authority.
It's funny what she just said about narcissists, actually. Hang on a sec.
tone alone. Like when someone sarcastically says, "Of course you're the smartest one," it's also an attempt to put you in a lower position. A narcissist never argues horizontally. They elevate themselves above you and push you down, so the debate ends before it starts. Watch how
It just makes me think of Casper. You still here? Why aren't you up on the panel yet? Because now's a really good chance for me to be able to talk to you, because I want to talk to you about something that just went on what Flow State was just reviewing about Andrew Wilson, and it'd be good to be able to talk to you about it rather than talk to the chat room. So will you please, calling Angry Casper, report for duty, sir. Apply yourself to the panel so I can discuss this with you, because you would be a good man to discuss this with, because you've just been watching as well, because I saw you in the comments, you've just been watching Flow State, and Flow State was reviewing the chat that Andrew Wilson had with whoever that bird was. I don't know who she was. Frank Monday, welcome, sir. How you doing? We are watching Marlena Karlova, and she is explaining the unified theory of manipulation that she's it's her own theory, but she's extremely she's a smart lass, and she's I don't know if she's a scientist or what she is really. All I know is that she watched one of my videos and complimented me, so you know, that obviously boosted her massively in my in my opinion. But the reason she watched my video is because I watched one of her videos and left a comment saying I've made a video about this too, and she came over and watched it and she liked it. So I love how people the slow state is the most obvious one, isn't it? But or it could be blow state, but I just love it when the haters that Flo has. I've known Flo probably, I don't know, he'd be able to confirm this. He'd probably remember better than I do, but I'm pretty sure I met Flo about 5 or 6 years ago when he was coming on my panels. Before he was doing anything, he had a channel, but he wasn't doing anything with it, and he was coming on my panels. So I've known him long enough to know that Flo's just Flo, mate, and that's one of the reasons that I like him, because he's just completely genuine. There's no he doesn't really have a filter. He does for YouTube. He has a YouTube terms and conditions and community guidelines filter, but that's just business. As far as dealing with people, like if there was no censorship on YouTube and Flo could say whatever he fucking wanted, yeah, man, you love him too. He's a rascal, and we love him for it. But anyway, Marlena, she's definitely an extremely intelligent lady, because for one thing, she came over and watched my video about what is reality, and totally agreed, and said more people should be watching this video because it's good content. But so obviously, clearly, she's extremely intelligent.
This mechanism operates across completely different contexts. A parent
She
declares
has some really, really good theories about stuff, though, especially about like Jung. She's dissected and dismantled Jung a little bit,
because I said so, when they have no argument on
and she did it well as well.
the authority. A partner dismisses real concerns with "you're too emotional to think clearly," degrading your position instead of engaging with the point. Mansplaining.
My point, and why I brought up Andrew Wilson when she mentioned narcissists, is because what I saw, that little clip that I saw, the woman is pointing out that he's fake, but he's not. He can be. What's the right word? I'm not sure what the right word is, right? She is a bit scathing about his missus. And the fact that his missus already had children, and he's a Christian, and he's espousing these Christian values and stuff. And she was putting shade on him or on his choice, and then but his response is just to completely dismiss her and everything she said because she's a dyke. Because she likes ladies, and because she because she likes ladies, her opinion means nothing at all, and basically just stop speaking about his relationship and his missus, and very unintelligent response that he gave, very incredibly. It just made me think of that, because obviously Andrew Wilson's the fucking raging narcissist.
When a man explains something to a woman who knows more about the subject than he does, just to assert dominance. A doctor weaponizes authority. "I studied for 10 years. You don't get to ask questions." A teacher using the classic "when you're older, you'll understand" to cancel discussion. Governments speak with a paternal tone. "It's for your safety. Trust us." Academia demands "where's your degree? Have you published peer-reviewed research?" Religion calls it God's plan, or tells you you're not spiritually advanced enough yet. Pickup artists build entire frameworks around maintaining alpha status and higher value positioning. TV pundits speak with absolute certainty, performing authority through confidence alone. Marketing that sells you not a product itself, but status in the hierarchy. The surface content varies, but the mechanism is identical. They're positioning themselves above you. Your perspective becomes inherently less valid because of who you are relative to who they are. Questioning becomes transgression rather than legitimate inquiry. The claim is that their position in some hierarchy, family, workplace, academic, spiritual, social, automatically makes them right. This manipulation works by making you accept the premise that hierarchy determines truth. Once you internalize "they're above me, therefore they're right," your capacity for independent judgment collapses. You stop analyzing whether what they're saying is actually valid and start analyzing whether you have the right to question them at all. The hierarchy can be formal or informal, explicit or implied. What matters is the functional mechanism. Authority flows from position, and position cannot be questioned without violating the entire structure. The simplest way to recognize the presence of hierarchy.
You are absolutely not really missing anything, dude, not knowing who Andrew Wilson is. He's nobody. Right? He thinks he's somebody because he managed to maneuver himself into a position where he got invited onto fucking Tim Pool's, Timcast IRL, and he's been interviewed by Piers Morgan because he's got himself a manager. I think once you get over 100,000 subscribers, you get there's shit that goes on, and he's over 200,000 subscribers, so I think there's an opportunity to to work with the bigger channels. But just because you've got a big following doesn't mean that what you've got to say has any value whatsoever. In fact, I'd argue that the bigger your following, probably the less valuable what's coming out of your mouth is, right? Because if they're actively promoting it and saying, yeah, this is okay to go to the masses, we will allow this to be spread amongst millions of people, doesn't mean that what you've got to say is of any value at all, does it? If I've suddenly got 1 million subscribers, I think I'd definitely be questioning what I'm saying. That'd be one way to shut me up. Give me 1 million subscribers. And I'd say, do you know what? I think I'm just... Obviously, I need to shut the fuck up because they're not going to allow useful, really, truly useful information that could actually really, truly make a difference. They're not going to allow that to be disseminated amongst the masses. Or, what we consider to be the masses here on YouTube.
Is to ask yourself, are you being treated as an equal? If the answer is no, it's a clear sign of hierarchy. Quick antidote if you need one. Imagine that person sitting on the toilet with constipation. Pillar 2. Shame and guilt manipulation.
I think she's Russian, dude. I might be wrong, Frank, but I'm pretty sure she's Russian with a name like Karlova. Marlena Karlova. She's probably Russian, but Eastern European, absolutely. Fools and Tools, how you doing? You gonna come and join me? OTW, good to see you, dude. Oh yeah. I wanted to ask you, have you done? I want to see what Notebook LM has got to say by the same parameters about your shows back with Paul and Tommy and all of that. Have you got it to review any of them to see what it said about them? You did say that you reflected on your content because of what that it had come out in the AI analysis. Oh dear, OpenAI, please update your payment method. Oh, has it fucking bounced because I've got no money on my account? Well,
This pillar operates internally. The manipulator installs or activates mechanisms that make you attack yourself rather than recognize the manipulation. Someone says, after everything I've done for you, the role-based variant, a good daughter would, or a real partner wouldn't, or team players don't complain about blah blah. The martyrdom performance, I sacrifice everything for this family and no one appreciates me. Direct shame attacks, you'd be so pretty if you lost some weight. I thought you were smarter than that. Some of us don't have the luxury of failure. Blame shifting, you made me do this. Or, look what you made me feel. Disappointment as weapon. I'm so disappointed in you. Cultural shame programming runs deeper. You're shamed for wanting less than what success culture demands. You're shamed for wanting more than your assigned position allows. You're shamed for wanting differently than your demographic category is supposed to want.
Thing is, right, we're not ever going to be able to stop anybody from doing these things. And we might even find ourselves doing the things ourselves. Like, one of the categories in here is fucking brain blank. What's the word? Lack, basically. Lack, money, not lack of resources. Be that money or food or accommodation or whatever it is, but lack of resources and using those lack of resources as manipulation. And I guess that's what I do. That's what been doing. I have to own up to that. Yeah. Because when I ask for money, so don't know how else to do it though, except just to talk about the situation as it is. It's not like, not making things up, just using the situation.
The mechanism is consistent across all variations. The manipulator makes you feel that something is fundamentally wrong with you. Your boundaries become evidence of your defectiveness.
Hopefully that's not something that I've ever done, though. Hopefully I haven't ever made anybody feel that there's something inherently wrong with you for not donating, right?
Your emotional responses become proof of your inadequacy. Your needs become demonstrations of your selfishness. If the manipulation works, your anger at being exploited gets converted into shame about being ungrateful or demanding. Your attention shifts from analyzing what's being done to you to analyzing what's wrong with you. The external situation disappears. You become your own attacker. This is particularly effective because the shame mechanism is self-sustaining. You don't need the manipulator present anymore. You've internalized their voice. You'll reject your own needs, dismiss your own feelings, and enforce your own compliance because the alternative is experiencing that shame. As you all know, I'm not a fan of psychotherapy, but there was one actually useful phrase I took from those wasted years. One therapist once said, "If you suddenly feel shame, ask yourself whether someone is feeding you shit." I'd rephrase it more accurately. If you suddenly feel shame, someone is feeding you shit, period. And the constipation trick works here as well, so it might be the universal cheat code. Here we go, toilet jokes will save us all. Moving on, Pillar 3, Scarcity and Dependency. This pillar operates through...
I mean, I would say, if you're feeling shame, unless you're doing something absolutely fucking shameful, then somebody's feeding you shit. So we'll just adjust it a little bit more. Unless you're doing something shameful. If you're doing something shameful, you should absolutely feel shame for it, no? That's the issue with these people that are doing what they're doing. They seem to feel no shame at all. They seem to be able to just get up on camera and there's no shame. And we all wonder, but we hope that they are, late at night when they're on their own, sat there reflecting on themselves, and eventually they'll come to the realization that what they're doing is shameful, and they're selling their souls for doing it, so they shouldn't do it, right? But the reality is, these people don't sit there and reflect. That's not something they do. So I'm not going to hold my breath waiting for them to sit around and reflect and realize that what they're doing is shameful, right? So we have to just navigate it and try not to do it. Not try. There is no try. Only do. Do not do it.
Control of resources you need or believe you need. Someone says, "I pay the bills, so I make the rules." They withhold money to enforce compliance or make you financially dependent, then threaten withdrawal. A partner love bombs you with intense attention and affection, establishes this as your new baseline, then suddenly withdraws it all. "No one else will love you like I do. You'll never find someone who understands you." They tell you, "Your friends don't understand our relationship," or "Your family's toxic, you should distance yourself." Or they keep you too busy, too exhausted, too overwhelmed to think clearly or maintain external relationships. Workplaces demand constant availability. Partners create endless emergencies requiring your attention. Marketing manufactures urgency. If you don't decide now, the opportunity is gone. Only 2 left in stock. Sale ends today. They eliminate decision-making.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Absolutely. Like, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Frank Monday. How are you, sir? And Booyakashan to Leafy. You're muted, Frank.
Yeah. All right. Good to see
There we
you,
go.
007. I hope you're doing well. I've been watching the video, trying to keep up. Volume okay?
Yeah, man. It's all good here.
Do I need to adjust it at all, or we sound okay?
Nope.
Sounding
Sounds
good?
all right to me, mate.
Yeah, so I was checking this video out, and I was looking at this gal. Yeah, and I was wondering, I think you're right about her being probably Russian. I think we might have a bit of a delay, probably about a second or so.
I'm not noticing a delay, dude. Maybe you might be. I'm not.
Yeah, so I was just hanging
yeah.
out, listening to the commentary and appreciating it.
Yeah, cool, man. She's like I said, I don't know what her qualifications or I don't know what her experience is. I don't know what her job was or anything. She comes across very much like somebody that's worked in either the scientific or medicinal fields, or you know, or science on some level. And because she's one of her videos, she was talking about she used to get punished if she drew things, if she just drew for pleasure, you know, just silly drawings and whatever. She'd get punished for it. She wasn't allowed to express herself creatively like that. Her parents, I think, were much more academic, so she's followed a much more academic route. And she's just got, I just really appreciated her perspective and her perception of stuff. She made a video about reality, and it was right at the time I just made a video about reality, and so I left a comment, and you know, with a link to my video, and she watched it and left a very nice comment saying it was. She agreed, and it was good. She said it was good content, and more people should be seeing it. So obviously, she's extremely intelligent to have been able to pick that up from my video. To have left me a compliment. I don't think there's.
Yeah, it's good magic, and it makes.
Go on. It makes what? We just lost.
Yeah, I should watch both. And one of your shorts was widely circulated recently too.
Yeah, I just lost you, dude. You just said it makes, and then you cut off, and I didn't hear the rest of what you said. It makes what? I can't hear nothing. Yo, Frank. Yo, Frank. Oh, here we go. Right. Let's try this one. Are you there? You're muted, though. We'll put both of you up. We'll see if you work on one of them.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Drop the one that's not talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you could hear me a moment ago.
No, couldn't hear anything, mate. It just went all. It said you and it makes, and then you cut off. And
Okay.
Then you said something.
Internet.
Yeah. It's
You boiled down this gal we're listening to, and that's good magic. And additionally, I wanted to tell you, I don't know if you'd seen or not, but one of your shorts had gone fairly well circulated. Like it came across my feed, and someone else had mentioned it to me as well. I can't remember which one it was now, but you've made some shorts, yeah?
Oh, dude, I've made loads of shorts. I'm not making them every day, but I've made loads. And they've been a mixture of chopping up panel stuff and putting some snippets from the panel, what we've been saying on the panels, and just silly ones.
And what you said a moment ago about like you made a video about something and then the algorithm like cross-pollinated and brought you one of her videos on the same topic. YouTube did that for me as well within like the last couple of weeks. I made a video on crossing the veil and like astral projection and this type of thing, and a gal, like an Iranian gal that's based, I think she lives in Canada. You're in the UK, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
I'm in Tenerife.
Oh yeah,
No, I'm
but
not in the UK.
you're originally British or English.
I'm English. Yeah, born in England.
And so I wanted to ask you, if I may, just to go on a bit of a tangent, if we can. How would you define the veil, like as it's used in spirituality and occult sciences, and like seeing beyond the veil and being beyond the veil, or this type of thing? Like, what would be your articulation of the veil, as it were?
I think the veil isn't isn't a single. There are many veils. They're veils. I think each veil is a level of perception. So each time the veil lifts, your perception is changing slightly, right? And allowing you to perceive things that you didn't perceive before. The veil has lifted. Now, so that veil is a perception, is a filter. It's a perception filter. So the biggest one for most people, you've either got religion, right, or you've got like 2020. Let's take 2020 for example. The veil was lifted to a lot of people. The government is not here to help us. Neither is the pharmaceutical industry. Neither are corporations. Absolutely. Right. So that was a veil that was lifted for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the thing is, people make this mistake of thinking that there's only one veil. There's not. There's so many veils because they've been pulling the wool over our eyes in different ways for probably 1,000 years.
Yeah, and delineate that a little bit. Like, what are some of the ways you've seen beyond the veil? Because obviously, 2020 global lockdown was a big one for a lot of people, right? And
but I was already a lot of veils had already been lifted at that point. That in itself, that was another veil for me. That was another veil. I didn't realize just how big an enemy our government was. I really
and globally, and that it was a unified global government.
Right, that as well. Yeah, that everybody moved in lockstep. Everybody moved in lockstep. It didn't even matter. You know, they're at war with each other.
And so I got to ask you, is that the night that the AI took over? That's what I thought when it happened. I was like, maybe, that's it right there. That's maybe total fucking...
Right, it might be when it got more, when it was, kind of connected on a...
It showed its power, just like a little burp. That's when it woke up.
It was, they were already using it. Like we were talking about, me and Rox were talking about AI deleting our videos in 2018. Like before, they weren't giving us strikes, they were just deleting videos. And
they started, yeah. Go ahead.
They didn't start giving strikes until 2019, 2020. That's when they started striking people. And you got 3 strikes and you're out and your channel's done. That all really fired up and kicked off in like 2019, 2020.
Yeah, it was 2019 when it started here, and like towards the end of the year, October, November, December, that's when they like installed all of the. And it just I don't know if you know much about farming, but you know how they use cattle and they make corrals and gates, right? You know this type of system, right? And move animals around, sheep,
Well, it's kettle. It's
cows,
called
goats,
kettling.
whatever.
It's called kettling when they kettle the crowd into where they can't get away. Basically, they
Yeah,
kettle them in, and
and
then they can block it off, and arrest everybody that's in there.
they started that here in like October, November of 2019, and they installed like they all the infrastructure of like everything was installed like long before 6 months before they actually announced the lockdown globally, like in
I mean,
March of 2020.
but you're in China, so
Right,
it's not
right.
that isn't really right. We've always known that China's very communist. It's a communist
But it's indicative
nation that
because
we
it supposedly began here, and all of
right.
that news was coming up from Wuhan at the time that the Army, the US Army Corps of Engineers, and they were having the military games in that city at that time. And then they like went into total security lockdown here in here in the capital, the northern capital of the old
Right.
roasted duck.
So yeah, it's. I mean,
So the
I've
veil,
heard,
yeah.
I've heard that it could have even started in America. That there was a lab in America working on it at the same time, and there was a leak. There was a breach. It leaked out. The actual thing leaked out. People got sick, and they just closed it down.
I don't
You
think
know,
so.
like
I don't think so because
it.
like I said, the alarm was already set here 6 months before it like occurred internationally. So I think it definitely something was going on here long before like they released it to the general public internationally. That would absolutely be my
The
claim.
the thing is, right? That would still be buying into there actually being something that was going around that people were
Well, not so
catching
much
and
by, I mean, it was
transmitting,
here. It was
right?
too, it was here in
Cat,
2003 as well. Like we're
but
original SARS coronavirus, right?
dude,
2003, we had a
dude,
huge
dude,
lockdown.
dude, listen. My mum was telling me about coronavirus in the 1980s when I was about 7 years old. I knew
Yeah, I
about
don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
coronaviruses all the way back then, right? In the 1984 or whatever it is, medical encyclopedia, American Medical Encyclopedia, it states it very clearly in there, what coronaviruses are. Right? It's always been the case that they've always existed and they've always mutated, and we've never been able to find a cure for them. It's never changed. The fact that they maybe tried to weaponize one particular strain of it or whatever, that it doesn't even matter. It's always existed. Well, as long as I've been alive, I don't think it's always existed, but as long as I've been alive, I've been getting, I got head colds and flu-like symptoms, and occasionally I got the flu. I know what the flu is. It is,
Yeah,
7 to
sure. I got the
14,
flu.
7
Absolutely.
to
Fuck, I had
14
asthma.
days, right? 7 to
I went through
14
all
days,
kinds
and
of
you
shit as a
really,
kid, man.
really do feel like you're going to die. Like every single bone and joint and everything in your body aches.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
head's
Down to the
pounding.
molecular
You're
level,
sweating.
right?
You're sweating like
Everything. Yeah.
shit, but you're freezing cold. So you want to wrap up in a nice duvet, but that gets soaking wet inside because you're dripping with sweat. And it's like when you're younger, my mum used to, say, no, we've got to bring your temperature down. We've got to bring your temperature down. Don't get hotter. But the thing is now we know, actually, no, you're supposed to really let the temperature burn itself out. That's what they used
Yeah,
to
for a
do
couple
when we
couple
were
of
in the
days anyway. If
back
it
in
goes
the
beyond
day.
72 hours, though, you got to
Back in
take
the
some
day,
action.
right? Back in the day, in the 1400s, 14 and 1500s, out on the prairie in America, they because it was all they could do anyway was wait till the fever breaks, right? When the fever breaks, that you just got to let the body do its thing. Like cool down the forehead with cool water, and maybe if they really do get too hot, put them in a cold bath or something. But it's all about just riding out the fever, right?
Yep. Benjamin
not
Franklin
treating it.
had a good cure for it. He said, just drink a couple of glasses of cold, cool water, like clear, clean, cool water. And yeah, because you're burning up a lot of moisture at that point, so you definitely need to hydrate.
Yeah, I'd say like if it's a cold, well, even with the flu, but the best thing is like nice ice cold, freshly squeezed orange juice and water. Stay hydrated, especially if you're sweating buckets.
Yeah, and lemon as well, right? You got to have the
lemon's
electrolytes.
got right, and the alkaline, and it's high in vitamin C as well.
We should give a shout out to Dominique's in the chat, as well as Angry Casper finally showed up. I think you were inviting him up here a moment ago. And then Hank Oflemia, right? The
Oflameo is Hank Oflameo.
Is that how he says it? Oflemio, all right.
Come on, Hank, get up here. Especially, I'll tell you what, you people that go on panels and you're not coming up on my panel, what are you fucking playing at? Get your ass up on my panel.
Yeah, since I upped my sub status on your channel, like I've been getting your updates, and I've been hoping to participate and join in, but yeah, I work a lot of hours, so my social time on YouTube is limited.
Yeah, I remember you saying that's why you go live when you do on Tuesdays and Thursdays, because
right, it's
work,
Thursday right now.
Right, because you're teaching, aren't you? You're teaching out there. How's it going?
Right.
OTW, how you doing, man?
Hey, I had to come up right when you said, "Hey, you fuckers, you come up on my panel." I was like, "Oh, okay."
There we go. And it's Frank.
It's
not Frank. Hank.
Yeah,
it's Hank and Frank.
It's Hank Oflamio.
I used 3-syllable pronunciation Oflamo. So 3-syllable.
Yeah, see, I was closer. I said Oflamio.
I'm going to say Oflameo. I'm going to say Oflameo just to be a cunt.
Yeah, and I'll keep saying Oflamio.
Or Oflameo. Oflameo. Oflameo.
Flaming.
Hank's a cat.
That's good
man.
Magic. Good to see you, Hank.
Nah, it's
good
just
to see you,
Hank,
OTW.
man.
Appreciate y'all being here.
But yeah, my internet using used to be anonymous, but I added Hank because you could pronounce it.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
His real name is George.
Sure, I'll go with that. I don't know what real name is, but sure.
Yeah,
it's
not
Hank.
George, but Jorge.
No, it's Frank. Hang on. There we go. Everybody's name's up now. You can all see.
I don't really perceive the government capitalist usernames as real. This is me.
Titles, yeah, in all capitals.
You guys do realize that our real names are the names that we use online, right? Just like in the Matrix, Neo, he chooses his real name is actually Neo. His name isn't Thomas Anderson.
Your government name, right? You've got your government name, and you've got your the name that people know you by, and that is your name.
Yeah, the name you gave yourself. Everybody else names you, and you finally fucking name yourself, and everybody says that's a fake name. It's like, who the fuck are you to say that I cannot name myself? That's trash right there. Don't be a slave, right?
007 is actually 007. Hank is actually Hank. Frank is actually Frank. And I'm actually OTW. It's that simple.
That makes sense. That's easy.
Yeah.
True facts. Absolutely.
It's almost like your OTW could almost be Ottawa.
Please, no, not Ontario. Not Ontario.
No, not Ontario. Is that where Ottawa is?
Yo, yes, that's where Ottawa is. It's Ottawa, Ontario.
What's
Ottawa's
wrong with Ontario,
city.
man?
Ontario is the province. It's right next to Quebec.
Yeah, but what's wrong with it?
Everything.
Oh God, not Ontario.
Everything's wrong with Ontario.
But you have a
that's
West
where
Coast
Cage
accent.
lives.
OTW, why do you have a West Coast accent then?
I have a West Coast accent. Are you serious? Maybe because I hang around with too many West Coasters.
Okay, in my mind somehow.
You don't
Now,
say
if-
you don't say a enough. You don't say a enough.
Or-
That's because I eliminated that from my vocabulary.
Oh, but I love that in
good
this.
man.
I love that in Canadian. I think it's one of the best things about Canadian. It's how you can. It helps you to identify Canadian, eh? It helps you to identify Canadian, eh?
No,
Am I wrong, eh?
Yeah, but they end up figuring it out because my French accent kind of slips through a little bit, right?
Oh, mais oui. I have noticed this with you. Every now and again, you sound like you're a Frenchman. No,
Oui,
I've not
oui,
noticed
oui.
that.
Yeah,
dude.
merci beaucoup. My French is.
And I know
near-
that when you speak French, it doesn't sound like French. It
Well,
does.
I can
a
speak
little
the-
bit, a little
Yeah,
bit, but
it's because
I think
it's-
Canadian French is basically is like English. It's like American English, isn't it? Canadian
Hey,
French.
007, you,
It's
you
like
need to
American
switch
English.
Me and Hank around a little bit so we can look at each other. We're looking away from each other.
Oh yeah,
It
yeah.
makes
Sorry.
Me, yeah, it
There
makes
you
me.
go.
Sorry, thank you. It was making
Yeah,
me feel
it's-
disconnected.
So
fact-
the French from Quebec is like the English from England. No, sorry. Hold on a sec. Let me rephrase that. The French from Quebec, okay, versus French from France is like the English from the United States versus the English from
Yeah.
England.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
American English versus English, and Canadian French versus French.
Well,
Right,
American
they're
English is just
slightly
the
different.
evolution of British English, right? It's the birth
I think
child
it's
of
the
it.
downright bastardization of it, but yeah.
Of
No, it's
course
the
it is.
evolution of it. It's the elevation of it. It's the next phase.
I doubt it.
It's going
really
from
seriously.
pupa.
No,
I think
transformation to
it's a
butterfly.
downgrade. It's a downgrade. I'm
Why?
telling you.
You guys
Come
are
on.
so fucking out of your minds.
No,
wait,
I think
listen, listen.
I think
Can
no,
you
I,
hear
do, I
how
think
they're
he's right. I think
vilifying
actually, I think
American English
Frank is
dialect,
right.
which is
I
the
think
most powerful in the world.
right. I think Frank's right in that because what happened was it was a lot of Europeans went over. It wasn't just English; it was Irish and Scottish and Irish. They might speak English, but it doesn't fucking sound the same as English. So in New York, you can see where the New York accent came from. You know, with the real New York, they sound a little. No,
That's good.
Where they sound.
on 33rd and 3rd Street.
But it sounds a little bit similar to Northern Irish, right? Northern Ireland.
Okay, yeah, good.
There's
magic, yeah.
when people speak in Northern Ireland, a Northern Ireland accent, you can hear a little kind of American twang in it. You can see the similarities between North American English below Canada and Irish, and also with the Scottish. Like Scottish, that's where I think that Canadians get a boot from. The OUT, they pronounce it more like Scots do.
Well,
Right?
us Quebecers,
How would you? How
we
would you
find that the
pronounce
French.
word? Go ahead.
Hold on a sec. Us Quebecers find that the French from France sounds kind of like ridiculous, right? It's too.
Right.
It's too.
Poncy.
Right. It's
Too
too
poncy.
fancy. Yeah, too poncy. That's a good word for it. It's like bonjour. Nous sommes de la France. It's got all that. It's just, you know, we can't tag. It's like the way we speak, it's more of a slang kind of French. You know, it's like
Right.
And
the tabarnak.
OTW.
So I think that's the same as English and American.
Can I ask a question, just real quick?
Yeah.
How would you say "pardonne-moi" in your Canadian accent with the SORRY spelling?
You mean pardonne-moi?
Yeah,
Si,
but no,
pardonne-moi.
That's French. Like, pardonnez-moi. That's
in your
yeah.
Canadian English. In your Canadian English, the word SORRY.
SORRY. Sorry, that's excuse-moi. Désolé.
Sorry.
Désolé. si.
Yeah,
What about
désolé.
you,
Oui.
OTW?
Well, désolé, it's something you could pretty much say in both languages and they sound almost the same. It's like, but we add shit to it. You know, it's like, je m'excuse, Carlis. It's like, we add like this. We swear words in there, and we're kind of like the backtown of France. I don't know how to explain it. You know, it's not the evolution of French; it's the devolution of French.
Right. So in France, they'll tread on your toe and say, "I'm very sorry, excuse me." And in Canada, they say, "Oh shit, I trod on your toe, you cunt." Sorry.
Something like that. Yeah. It's
How about an American? Give me an American. How would you do an American 007?
Which part of America would you like me to be from, sir? Like
West Coast,
from the north,
yeah.
the West Coast,
California.
like from San Diego, California,
Yeah,
that
that's
kind of
right, Los
region.
Angeles.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
Well, you got to talk
so
slower.
I watched a lot of movies.
They talk
man.
slower in California.
No, dude. I watched a lot of movies and a lot of
Same
in the
thing.
90s.
Sorry,
and
I'm
shit.
sorry.
It's very much like yeah. Or go over to the East Coast, over to New York and Brooklyn, and what's the island that's got the big fucking statue on it? It's got a big statue. She's holding the fucking scales and shit
Liberty
like that.
Island.
That's the one. Liberty. Right.
Yeah, it's really good. Really good. Fuck, you've got a beautiful range of accents.
Yeah, he's
Really.
awesome, man.
Yeah.
Even
Listen,
when
sir.
I try to do accents, I get them all mixed up, right? So
no,
I can
listen.
do
I'm
three
much obliged. I'm much obliged to both you gentlemen for being so complimentary to me and my craft. It's something that I worked on for quite a long time, and I take it quite serious.
Yeah,
But-
that's good. And the ability to shift between them is powerful too. I mean,
I'm not good with
No.
accents, but I'm not bad with impersonations, though.
but you're
See-
Canadian, so
see,
guys, I wanted to come on tonight because I really wanted to ask you guys. The last question I had in my lineup of questions for you, 007, was the veil and what's beyond the veil. And then because we're talking about manipulation and manipulators, I wanted to bring Queen Stephane.
Oh,
Leader
no.
of Team Evil. Yeah, I wanted to tell you guys
No.
about my experience, my very first Panelverse experience with him, and I wanted to get your dissertation in short.
Crown fart? Sure.
Let's go.
So who goes first?
The Hell Realm, the Gravity Well, and being pulled in. And,
Okay, I got one.
Yeah, having sock puppets
2
on
words.
your hands.
2 words. Bad brain.
I'm missing something.
I did a bit the other day on my show, and I was like, everybody that was being negative in chat or anyone on panel, I was calling them all bad brains.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see.
So, Steven, bad brain.
Yeah, I think there may have been a recent problem, like where he may be institutionalized or kicked
Are we
out of
talking
his
about-
living facility.
I
Yeah.
hear
talking
he's
about
from
King
Ontario.
Stephen.
There's
Are
another
we
guy.
talking about
There you
King
go.
Stephen?
Yeah, we are,
Steph-
actually.
Stephane.
Because he, do you know what? Hats off to him,
Insanity
right?
Machine.
Yesterday, he managed to get me up out of my tree, and fucking like he got me up out of my fucking chair, and squaring up to the camera, he triggered me so much. I wanted to knock his fucking head off.
Well, that's good.
And there's
That's-
not many.
That's
There's
good.
not many people can do that to me.
Yeah,
No.
but
like,
see,
not
there you go.
online, not online. Like, come and fucking see me in person and see what happens. You know? Because all this online shit, it's bullshit. Oh, I'm like, yeah, come and stand in front of me, nose to nose, eye to eye, toe to toe. Fucking, let's see what you're made of.
Oh, I'm a middle ground solution.
Well, it would probably be from chest to nose or something like that.
Dude, I doubt I'll be able to get anywhere near him nose to nose because his fucking gut will get in the way.
Yeah, but I would advise in any given situation like this, height and weight always wins out in some situations.
Oh, he's got weight.
So-
He's got a weight advantage.
Yeah,
I've
he's
got a
got
height
weight.
advantage. He's got a weight advantage. So I've got
what,
reach.
what are you measuring in at? What's your height?
I've
What do
got
you-
a reach. Well, I'm 6'3",
Where you
3
stand
and a
at?
bit, 190.
Dude,
One-
however
6'3"
big you
Okay,
are,
wow,
however
that's big,
strong
that's
you
tall.
are, and however
that's
tall
tall.
you are, doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
matter. It
What
doesn't
matters
matter.
is what you
It
have in the
does
heart,
matter.
my friend.
Fuck you
Right.
guys. I've been fighting my whole life since I was a kid. I've done Golden Gloves with my brother. I wasn't a Golden Gloves fighter, but my brother was. and I gave him massages and bone setting, and I've done Tuina, and I've done Chinese medicine, and I've been watching fighting my entire life. I think I know a little bit about it. Height
right,
and weight always overcomes the little dude in most situations.
No, man.
Actually,
I've
dude,
gotten into scraps with guys that like fucking twice my size.
Can I
And,
say?
Yeah, that's an exception
Frank,
though. That's not
Frank,
the general
I'm a
rule.
little
I'm talking
disappointed.
statistics. I don't have
I'm
to
a
prove
little
it. You can check
disappointed,
it.
Frank. Frank,
No, you don't.
you
don't
live
have
in
to fucking
China.
check it.
You
can check
live
it.
listen. You live in China, where they know the first battle is here.
How many fights have you
But
guys
if
been
you
in?
beat,
How
if
many
you
fucking
beat,
drive-bys have you been in?
fucking. Well, I mean, I don't live in
I
America,
mean, have
so
you
I'm
been in
in
gang
drive-bys.
fights? Have you been in routine fights? Have
I've been
you grown up in
fucking
fights?
curb stomped,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
All of the above. All
I
over
got
here.
curb stomped.
Have you really? Yeah,
I had my
yeah.
fucking skull fractured from ear to ear
That's
when
a
I got
single
curb
incident, though.
stomped.
I've had
Right?
that done routinely.
I've been
my entire
jumped by
childhood.
three
I grew up
three
in
football
LA in the
players.
You see all these,
1980s.
you see all
On
these
the
scars
border
around
of
here.
Compton
You
and
see all
Long
these
Beach.
scars on my
Nothing
head,
can
right?
compete with
Frank,
Compton and Long Beach. You
Frank,
have no
all
idea.
the scars on my head
No
are from the
idea.
fucking knuckle dusters.
Yeah,
right?
motherfuckers gonna fuck with Compton
Hey,
and Long
Frank,
Beach.
do you
Like-
have any earphones on, dude?
I don't think he does.
You should put some
My
earphones.
earphones are on.
Oh,
Why?
okay.
What's up?
Well, because like it's very hard to follow when you guys talk over each other.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm battling. We're
Listen,
in the gang war right
this
now.
is get-
no,
th-
I'm not
no,
gonna
yeah.
fucking take it, bitch. Ain't gonna fucking take it.
Frank,
Yeah, I love you, man. Go ahead.
This
Go
is
ahead.
the-
Tell
the-
me what
this-
you want to
this-
tell me. Go ahead.
this is the space where men can project whatever it is they think they are into it, right? And give it all the fucking
What
talk.
year were you born?
All the I was
73, 1973.
okay. Let me finish speaking, Frank.
What about you? Go ahead. Go
Let
ahead.
me finish speaking.
Go ahead.
Right? Because you're sat there supping away on your fucking whatever it is you're drinking, and I think it's making you forget etiquette.
To a bit, to an extent, and I apologize for that. I'm sorry.
Okay, because
Go
you're
ahead.
talking to a sober man who hasn't touched alcohol since 2013. So
Nice.
So, men, this space, this internet space is where men get to project whatever it is they think they are into this space and create whatever image it is they want of themselves, right? And you've got an awful lot of men desperate to do that. I'm somebody, that's why I was pissed off with myself yesterday for fucking, getting so triggered by King fucking, or Queen Stephen. Because at the end of the day, words ain't shit, man. Words, anybody that gives it all that, you ain't got to worry about them. You never got to worry about them. Because they just give it all that, and that's all it is. It's just that. So unless somebody's going to be stood in front of me in a room, right, there's not any talking about it. It doesn't fucking matter how big the guy is. Doesn't matter. None of it matters. All that matters is then. Right. There, in that time, when he stood in front of me, right? And then we'll see what, but then the chips will fall as they may. I'm not out here to prove to anybody how tough I am or anything. I've had 77th Brigade fucking trolls from the army come here and try and intimidate me, and that didn't work. So,
Oh, it's probably because
this
you don't
whole
operate in
fucking-
fear. That's like that's
exactly,
yeah.
exactly. Because I don't, it's all about in the moment, right? In the moment.
Let's
What
do
are you going to
the
do
I've
in the
learned-
moment?
Hey, hold on a second. Let me chime in here. Wait a minute,
Go ahead.
Frank.
Yeah,
Hold on, let me chime in.
And then Jack.
What I've noticed
talk
in-
about him a little bit.
Okay,
right,
what I've
Hank?
noticed. Come
Hank?
on, Frank. Frank. God damn it.
Go ahead.
What I've
I'm
noticed.
sorry.
Yeah, you're not sorry, liar.
I am. I would never lie to you, OTW. I love
Don't,
you.
Right,
mate,
so-
I've got the
fucking-
fucking mute buttons here. So
My bad.
Don't
From
make
my
me stop
experience
doing
in that particular realm, I've been also very easily able to recognize cowards, right? And it's one of the first ones is they start screaming, yelling, and intimidating. Okay, and if they're in
Absolutely.
person,
And-
this
and
is
they challenge
online, but
fights.
in
They always,
person,
like, they buff up,
they'll try
right?
to do the same
I'll
thing.
rush
They'll
you.
try and intimidate,
Bulldog
scream
you.
at you. They'll wave sticks at you. These are the ones that when you take one step forward, they
Swing their
take
dick.
5
They'll take one
steps
step back.
backwards. Okay. No matter how big they are, the motherfuckers, the weight and all that doesn't make any
Right.
difference. What makes difference is confidence in self and self awareness, right? And
The-
if you can,
No,
you know,
no. It's 1%, 1% the style, and 99% the practitioner. You have to train like Hank fucking Oflengia. You have to train and watch
do-
and calculate and get
Right.
ready for that shit.
But you have to be in the you have to
disagree?
be in the ready state.
Why
So
won't
you,
Hank talk to us?
if you're
That's
not
what
in
I
the
wanna
ready
know.
state, right? You need to be in the ready state in your
Fuck
state of
you,
mind.
Hank.
That's about being spatially aware, right? Your
Yeah.
spatial awareness, and your readiness
Situational
in a
awareness.
situation.
I bet
That's
Hank's
what
a
I
good
meant.
boxer.
That's
Don't you
what I
box,
meant.
Hank?
Yeah, he is.
You look
That
like
is
a
what I meant.
boxer.
No, just move boxes around. That's a different thing.
He danced like a butterfly swing.
I
a
like
bee.
that answer, man. You should say, yeah. I'm a boxer in Amazon.
So the sanity machine is bunked out. Like, I mean, he'll still make his appearances on Jack Talcott, and that's where we need to go next. So I want Hank, if you would, because we haven't heard you speak, and you've been here for a while, looking good, sporting
Hank-
purple and black.
Hank stays
fucking
quiet
fedora.
until he's got something fucking to say. Like,
Yeah, give us your summary, your blurb of Mr. Jack Talcott, Talcadia, whatever you want to call it. Welcome back.
He's a former military man who wants peace, but he's delusional on how to get it. Did I go too quick?
I
That's quick.
think it,
That's
I
pretty
think
quick.
It was, yeah. It was too.
Hank
It skimmed the surface.
Right, yeah. It was like there wasn't much
It
there.
just skimmed
Yes.
the surface, but
Yes, but you
But
have to
it-
understand, I'm very shallow. I'm a shallow person.
Hank has the ability to boil down like the complexity of the entire universe into a single sentence with two parts. Yeah, so reiterate, like, do you like Jack? Do you think that he's the guru that's going to save the world and talk to Trump and end all wars and bring peace? And
I
be
have
like
to admit,
DJ
I do
Kraft's
like
Crazy
Jack.
Times?
I do like Jack. I
Yeah,
can't deny
I
that.
love
I have
Jack.
to like the guy.
Yeah,
He's
I watch
awesome.
him every day. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I like Jack personally. It's just the guru industry is garbage. I don't like that, so I'll use him. Since he'll work with me, I want to use him an example to say how as a criticism as to the guru industry. Because most gurus won't talk to you. They don't want things to be on a record, and they'll lie. They'll lie way on every sentence as long as they get paid. So at least Jack cares a little, but he has a soul, I guess. It's something would say.
Would you say he's innocent of most of the charges from Snafu Snaps? And
Absolutely.
The Snap crew?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no question. Snafu, at least till recently, he's been really sloppy at everything he does. So,
And there, he's admitted to a certain extent of his anger issues when he was drinking and shit like that, right? So, and we all know what kind of anger can come out of a drunk. Well, anyway, I do. So
I can imagine just what Jack is like, or was like. Sorry, correct. Scratch that. Just what Jack used to be like when he, if he got drunk and belligerent and fucking. Right, we see what he's like now. So when somebody's drunk,
it's truth serum. Your true nature comes out.
The filters are all taken off. All the filters are taken off completely, and you see how somebody really feels about, like a lot of the time, people's anger is misplaced anger, right? Because there's something else deep down that's making them angry. And when they get drunk, that's when that comes out.
Yeah, very good. And just to reinforce that, in the Chinese Yellow Emperors of Internal Medicine, he states that exactly. He says that the liver controls alcohol and it also controls our sleep. But when we drink alcohol, it will reveal like whatever's been repressed or hidden by us. Like
Yeah.
maybe we have a repressed aggression towards someone,
Oh,
and
yeah.
like we won't say it because we think we want to maintain the peace. And then
Mm-hmm.
alcohol will absolutely every time reveal that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think
that's
what
good
it
magic right
does.
there.
I think what actually gets drunk, right, and what gets put to sleep is your spirit, right, your soul, your
Right.
your conscience. That gets put to sleep, and you operate purely on ego.
Reptilian brain.
Yeah. So, for example, when I get drunk, I don't really talk to anyone at all because of aggression to like everything in general. So I just
Yeah, you must be so easy to trigger when you're drunk, man. It must be just like mind blowing.
And
Well-
OTW, when you said reptilian brain and before Hank spoke, I actually felt the knot because I've been drinking. I've had a bit of whiskey and some beer, and I felt a knot like at the base of my skull, where my skull connects to my brainstem, and
Right,
that's
and
the absolute essential seat of the
And
reptilian
when we started
brain.
talking, and
Right,
when we
but it's
started
also-
talking about fighting, and when we started talking about fighting and how
Yeah.
you know, and that was your
That got you stimulated.
that got you stimulated as well. You got
Yeah. And that is also the crossing of the chrism. So that's probably where that sacred oil that goes up and down your spine is actually killed off. It's destroyed because of the alcohol. The alcohol just
Yeah.
like dilutes it.
That is in Chinese medicine. That is actually the third adrenal pump that comes up from like the lower
Yes,
region
sir.
of the seminal fluid. Yeah,
You got
and
that.
yeah. So I'm blasting it with the alcohol.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
you're actually severing your connection to higher source, or whatever you want to call it, your higher self, your spiritual connection.
It's one of the reasons. It's one of
Holy
the reasons
guardian
why I
angel.
never liked. It's one of the reasons why I never liked getting drunk. I never liked actually being drunk. I got drunk with all my mates because it was a good laugh, and you let your inhibitions go and all that. Act like a twat. But I never really liked it, and I always hated the hangover. Right, but I always hated that disconnection. There was this disconnect when I was drunk that I didn't feel when I was on ecstasy or when I was doing the recreational drugs later on in my early 20s. I didn't feel that disconnect, the same disconnect. So I think that's why I never became an alcoholic, thankfully. It definitely.
I like what Fools and Tools says in chat. It goes, disassociation identity disorder. Your mind, your ego is split, brought on by alcoholism and due to trauma. You get walk-in, your ego is split. Well, anyway.
Well, you could say that your ego splits, but I think there's a definite detachment from your conscience. So you don't have that little voice telling you, no, don't say that. You know you shouldn't say that, or don't do that. You know you shouldn't do that. Right? That Jiminy Cricket has fallen asleep. He's knocked out by the fucking wine or whatever, and he's snoring. And you just carry on and do whatever it is that you have an impulse to do, right? Because you don't have those filters and those restrictions of your conscious conscience telling you, reminding you that no, you really shouldn't do that. You know you shouldn't.
That's why you have to be.
That's going to fucking kick off if you do that, or
Yeah, that's why you have to be the conscience for them. So when they start becoming aggressive, you point that out and you say, "Hey, wait, why are you so aggressive all of a sudden?" And then they actually take a couple of minutes to look at themselves and go, am I being aggressive right now? Really?
Right, and a great example is people like Tommy, that guy the other day, 2 days ago on Flow, or yesterday's on Flows, who was shouting. He's like, he just anyone that's had a drink, like Ken does it, Glenn does it. The decibels go up. No, not Illuminatomi. It was another guy, an old guy, had a great big beard on him, and
Untrackable?
Yeah. No, Untrackable's Untrackable is. I think he's in Canada. He's got a Canadian accent, man. But he's got a black beard. He's got a jet black beard, and this Tommy guy is an old man with a big white beard. So he's shouting, man. Getting all that anger was coming out, right? That's what happens when you get drunk as well. If you've got anger that you're repressing, it comes out, and you end up, even if you're just telling a story, you're telling the story to friends, or you're recounting a situation, like some confrontation that you had before, and then you're recounting it. You get all into it, all that aggression comes back up and gets projected out to whoever you're telling the story to, right? That was one of the things with the women. There were these two women, both called Amanda, both English, one from Liverpool, one from London, who in the weed cafe I used to go to. And both of those women, all they ever did was moan about everything, right? And they'd get angry, and it was this anger when they were recounting their stories of all the things that had gone wrong and whatever. And I'm just sat there absorbing all this fucking anger coming at me. And at some point, I'd have to say, make my excuses and go, because I was getting angry. Because of the anger that was being pushed at me, it was making me angry, and it was ridiculous because all of this anger was about something that had happened a week before. And I wasn't involved in it at all, you know? It's this transference of anger when you're projecting it at people. That's why I say anger's a great thing, but you just have to be careful how and where you express it. Sorry, Frank.
Makes sense. No. I just wanted to add to that and say that we always have to be careful of that. So I wanted to bring it back to center. So we're talking about manipulators and being manipulated.
Well, we were talking about the veil, and we only got to me talking about that because I don't think Hank had joined us yet, and OTW hadn't joined us yet. So you asked me what the veil, what my perception of the veil was.
What a callback.
When it was lifted and how it was lifted. I've said there's many veils. There's many layers of truth, because there's so many different perspectives, and there's so many different sides to a story. So there's many different layers of truth, and they all get lifted at different times, and each one is a layer of perception. So
and I brought it forward for a specific reason, right? Like a girl had responded to my video, like earlier your video had been responded to, and she gave her definition, which I thought was somewhat inaccurate, and so I wanted to gather a consensus, right? A sampling to see, because
it was her perception, her idea of what the veil was, right? That's what. Okay. So I'm gonna shut up, and I'll let
Hank or OTW. The question's the same. Like in the spiritual community, people refer to a veil, like a separation between us and there. And so, what is the veil, and what's beyond it?
The truth is beyond the veil. And the veil is, in other words, your ability to see the truth in everything, or perceiving all the lies and everything.
And pretty much, I would say the veil's, the veil's a thing that we imagine is between us and that.
No, it's not in our imagination. It's actually there.
I can't finish my sentence.
Let him finish.
Okay, so the veil. So there's a thing in itself. We can't perceive it directly, and the veil is what we kind of imagine as the barrier.
Right.
So
you,
let me
you use
disagree. I want to disagree. I don't think that it's something that's imagined. I believe there's a blockage between your subconscious mind and your conscious mind, and that blockage is kind of like lifted.
perception.
Right.
I-
Your perception expands on things.
Right.
I-
So the
I-
veil is perception.
Yeah, but I
Right.
don't think you can lift it. The best you can do is poke at it and maybe make a
That-
better
no,
guess.
no, no, no.
Lifting
You don't.
is just,
You don't lift it. We don't lift the veil, right? The whole reason we start to look is because something happens. The wind blows and the veil lifts a little bit, and we see a glimpse, and we go, "Hang on, though, what the fuck?" And then we might go and look underneath, and you know, like, but the veil gets lifted for us before we make a choice. That's why people don't wake up, because the veil hasn't lifted for them yet.
Yeah.
Nothing has happened big enough to lift that veil or lift one of the veils. There's more than one. There's
Yeah.
way more than one. There's fucking hundreds of
Yeah.
veils.
Yeah,
There's-
no-
yeah, it's more
And
more
also-
than one level to the Matrix.
Can
Yeah,
I
but-
say what I said about, because you mentioned truth, right? Behind the veil is the truth. But I'm just gonna be a real stickler about this, right? The truth in the sense of what's actual, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I think it's important, because the truth can be just something that two or more people agree on.
True that.
It's not
I get
that it should
yeah.
be, but it can be. So it's what's actual. That when the veil lifts, once all the veils have lifted, we'll be able to see what is actual.
Well, we could see it, but we won't be able to perceive it. So another name for the veil is a context horizon. So if we just see everything, we won't be able to interpret it because it just we don't have the power to
Right.
process it all.
Right,
No,
because
it's not true. If at a quantum level, like everything is intermingling, then we already know the absolute truth. And
Right.
the only thing that separates us from it is our distinction
Ego.
of it, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
cognitive
our
dissonance.
ego.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
our ego that thinks it knows because it's it's heard other stuff, or it's been told other things. So it's all of it. It all boils down to perception, right? It's about like you said, we wouldn't be able to perceive what is actual. It will be completely fucking alien to us, because you need to lift these veils one at a time, right? To be able to accept what is actual, right? So to take it into my own experience, in 2009, a veil was lifted, and I started talking about it. And so, as a result, a friend of mine just chucked all of the stuff at me and said, "Yeah, man, no, you've woken up. Here's David Icke. Here's fucking Alex Jones. Here's Flat Earth. Here's this. Here's that." Right? And I'm like, "You're a nut job, mate. You're crazy. What are you talking about? Look, I'm just talking about them spraying stuff in the sky. What the fuck are you talking about? You're off your head, right?" It took me 4 years of trying to get people to see, like the fact that people that I grew up with couldn't see or didn't agree with what I was saying. It took 4 years of that for me to, and then a couple of more things coming out for me to realise, well, there's the veil's lifted a bit more, and there's even more behind there. And then I started looking, right? But when I started looking, I came across stuff that I was like, fucking hell, that's way above my pay grade. Basically, I can't see what this guy's trying to show me. But there was this little thought thinking, but maybe in the future, don't write it off, don't ignore it, don't just write it off. Just put it to one side. So I did, and about 4 or 5 years later, I came across the same information again. And by that time, I understood what the guy was saying. And I was able to visualize what he was talking about, right? That's Seven Boma. You heard of him? So he's reasonably big. He was a big YouTuber a few years ago. I don't know if anybody in the chat's heard of him. Seven Boma. Dominico.
Yeah, it's a thing, right? Dominique needs to come on up here.
Dominique's here.
Yeah, good man. I appreciate you. We have fought in the past.
Muted though.
Tell them. The ancient past.
You're muted.
Morning, guys.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go. Can you turn
don't
up a
talk
little
down
bit?
to us. We're all adults here.
Or maybe get a little bit closer to the microphone. It's just you're a bit quiet.
Good morning, Rich.
Suck a fucking dick.
Can you hear me, Rich?
No, suck a dick.
Can you hear me a little bit better, guys?
That's a bit better, yeah. That's a bit better.
So how much is it the mind over matter here, or the spiritual over the physical? The senses are limited, but I get the veil part we're talking about.
Yeah, so in your definition, what is the veil and what's beyond it?
Well, we have many like little scales over top of us. One of them is the senses. So once a person realizes how limited the senses are, so that in this particular case would be when you're communicating with language and then you're sharing something like an object and you start giving it a name, that's one veil. Because most people they think it's one. They'll say, here's a tree. I said, no, you're not seeing the word tree, but you're describing something. That's one veil. And then
is that your Aleister Crowley pose, Frank? Is that your Aleister Crowley pose? Like you haven't got the triangle on your head. You got the hands right, but you haven't got the triangle on your head, man. Sorry, Dominic. I just Frank was distracting us with his silly faces. So
yeah, the lower triangle. That's sort of the 3 dimension of the mental, the physical, and the emotions. So for you guys were talking earlier about people that drink. Usually the emotion is obviously associated to is anger.
Or lust.
Yes, lust too. Yeah, but then again, all that's the blood that goes to the heart.
Or the penis.
Right, it could be. Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, the human race is being preset. So a lot of this stuff is preset.
How dare you? Go ahead.
So people will use, like, for example, numbers, another language, and then some people will become aware of the energy behind numbers. That's another veil that might be, revealed to one person, to one's mask.
Right, but even if, like, the veil can be lifted, but it doesn't mean that you'll understand it. Right, so I understand. I know that there's energy behind numbers, but I don't.
No.
I don't understand.
Don't stand up for him. I hear no clear definition. Give me an arguable
Dominic doesn't
claim
give clear definition
in a single sentence. Try to get at the high school level for me, my friend. Please, I beg you. I'm on my fucking knees. I beg you. Namaste.
In the tree of life, you have wisdom and understanding. That's the mind over matter. Usually people are going to be in the lower triangle, so they're going to try to make sense of things. You have to go beyond your senses. But I get
you can't address your general audience in Kabbalistic terms with Hermetica. It's not going to jive with them. You've got to give some overt, like tangible anchors.
Use your tools. That's beyond your senses. Use your tools.
Hey, it seems like it motherfucker ain't got no tools. What you talking about, Hank?
Yeah, make some.
Hello.
Hey, yeah, okay. How you doing, man?
How you doing? All right.
Yeah. So, Dominic, I kind of agree with you. Like, that's what the whole going inside is, right? That's what going inside is about. Instead of looking outside for answers, going inside and looking inward, right? Which is all about reflection on oneself and how you've navigated so far until this point and why, and analyzing the reasons why you have been the way. Why, as Richie, why have I been the way I've been? Why have I made the choices that I made and ended up where I am now? And where in that does my sixth sense fit? Right?
Yeah.
Reflecting back on my life and being able to say, Man, do you know what? Right at the start of that, I fucking knew that was going to happen, but I ignored it. And I just, then I accepted that it was my ego wanted it so bad that it didn't want to listen to that little voice that was saying, this is going to end up in tears, mate. This isn't going to work. This isn't good. This isn't healthy. All of these, and all the red flags. My ego goes, yeah, no, that's right. We don't need these red flags. Fucking red flags. Have you seen her tits? She's fucking lovely. Don't worry about red flags. Right?
007. Here's what I may have failed to articulate. That just like a simple, concise articulation of what is the veil for Dominique, and try to put it into a single sentence, and then let us know, because I'm trying to battle a gal that has come out of Syria, and like
he wrote something in the private chat.
Yeah, there's some. Do you want to just repeat that, Dominic? I mean, I could read it for you, but I think it's good. You should read it out yourself.
Yeah, please do.
Please, Dominic.
If he won't read it, I'll read it on his behalf.
He's muted, and he might have left the building.
Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah,
go ahead, Hank.
Do it. Yeah,
but what I'm saying is, on a spiritual level, most people are trying to obtain it on a physical level. But go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, no, dude, Dominic, can you just read what you put in the private chat, because that's the answer that he's looking for.
Spiritually, a veil can symbolize separation, blindness, or a barrier between the physical and the divine worlds.
Yeah.
That's the answer he wanted.
Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily the answer he wanted, but that is how I think that's how Frank was hoping the question would be answered.
But the irony is, we have all these veils. We have all these veils. That's the whole thing.
That's what I said, isn't it? That's exactly what I said. There's way more than just one veil. Every single veil is a veil of perception. Once you've lifted that veil, you're able to perceive more, right?
You start hearing words, I resonate, opposed to hearing people say, I agree or disagree. That's how you know a person where they're at, their awareness. But for a lot of folks, they're caught up in the ego. Let me change the word. They're caught up in the body. The body consciousness is where most people are at. They say things like, I'm 40 years old. You're not 40 years old. But the vessel is, yes.
Yeah.
I'm talking to the few here.
My body's 48. What is it called? I have many moons. Many moons.
Yeah, I'm 55 this year. Coming into
you got 7 years. Well, no, you've got 4 years. Oh,
well, I'm sick.
Hang on. You weren't born in 1973 then?
No, right.
Yeah,
you're 53. Right.
Yeah, you forgot his age. You forgot his
age.
December 17.
So, I'm 59. I'll be 60 in August.
Enough.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'll be 60 in August.
Go on, son. Fucking 60 in August.
Yep.
Nice.
I'm a Leo. By the way.
You don't.
Hank's fucking 80. He's looking good.
Yeah, man.
Most people don't know that.
Most people don't know that.
See, but if you hear you guys, you're saying a lot of personas. The I am, and whatever is a persona. You're not those things.
That's there's a lot of language that I still use and terms that I still use that in my conscious mind I know that I shouldn't be using them anymore. But it's spellcasting and all of that. But it's like they're so. I still haven't managed to work them out yet.
And that's
it's a subconscious. It's a subconscious thing.
Yes. Subconscious does not see color. So when people talk on their conscious state, the waking state, that's the senses. When you wake up in the morning, you're in the conscious state. It's the lower state, by the way. What happens is we reinforce, and the subconscious doesn't understand either way. So at that point, you've confused yourself. And this is why people should be catching these things in thoughts. When you start speaking out loud, now you're talking about sounds and frequencies.
Yeah, it's an expression, right?
I disagree, though. Like in the morning time, when you awaken, that's when your ancestors speak to you. and you should lay quietly and absorb their teaching and understand what they're bringing forward. Like so many of you and us as well. And wow, they're fucking like going crazy outside. Sorry, guys.
Can I ask a
So-
question, Double O? Can I ask a question?
Well, I'll tell you what. Before, hang on. Before you do ask a question,
Yeah.
you've got to answer a question.
Go on. Then.
As you've joined, right? We're talking about the veil,
Right.
and what your perception is, or what you think the excuse me, what you think the veil is.
He's puking now.
Nah, burping. I got air
Right.
in my.
Right, I can answer that. My when I heard about that, when you was talking about it earlier, my belief in that, I straight away in my head, dimensions come up. I don't know why, right?
I think dimensions are another.
Well, I don't know
mean,
why.
they fit into perception as well, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So somebody actually might say dimensions. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, there's 2D and there's 3D and maybe 4D's time. But what are you talking about? 5D, what, 6D, what? Right? But that's perception there. If you're able to allow the possibility of that, right?
Right.
That's what it is. Your perception opens and you allow the possibility. What if there are different dimensions?
Well, there are. There are. I mean, planet Earth. We're on the third dimension on planet Earth, right?
No.
And I believe.
Listen, AK, just be careful about speaking so certainly. All right?
Well, no,
because
this is
none of
what
us know. None of us know. Even
No,
if
it's
we
my
think we do.
No, it's my belief, right?
Right.
And I believe I'm in the fifth dimension, being a starseed, right?
Right. You understand
my
that using
belief.
that, right? But you so there's going to come a time where you start looking at words and their etymology behind words,
Okay.
and spellcrafting, right?
Right.
And when you say things like "I believe," what you're doing is you're casting a spell straight away, right?
But
Because you're
it's
saying,
my-
"I believe." It's my belief. I don't really care what the truth is. It's my belief.
Yeah.
It's my belief that this is what it is, and I'm not gonna. That's my belief, and I'm not going to go against it because I believe it.
But
Even if it's a lie.
each person's got their own belief. Is that right or wrong?
Well, I think belief operates in the ego.
Yeah, that's exactly where it operates. It's the only place it operates because that's the only thing that ego can do is believe because it doesn't fucking know. Right? And the ego, there's more than one aspect to the ego. There's more than one version of Richard, me. Although, you know, I am what I am, but what I mean is, in a situation where I feel I'm in danger, I'm a different fucking person.
So
Right?
is
If I
the
feel
veil the
that
ego?
my vessel is under threat, I'm a different person.
So what if I
change
say?
according
What
to
if
the
I say?
situation.
What if I say? I
I
think.
want to bring a question. I want to bring a question forward. Is the veil the ego somehow? Like,
It's an aspect of the ego. Right? The ego. The veil exists for the ego because the ego won't be able to handle the truth, right?
So
What's
can
actual?
I ask? Can I ask the question then? What I was going to ask earlier.
Yeah, go for it.
So, what would you say if I told you that I wake up at 3 a.m. without an alarm nearly every morning at 3 a.m. and I tap my phone, it says 3 a.m. on the dot. What is that?
You're sleeping in.
Right.
Relative to me.
It's called synchronicity.
So
I knew there was gonna
listen,
be a comment, but-
listen. Do you know that I've experienced and I still experience exactly the same thing, and my search for answers has taken me across everything from medical to spiritual. The spiritual answers say that means that I'm a chosen one. That means that I'm a starseed. I'm a chosen one. I'm being roused to waken at this magical time, right? But the medical explanation says that I've got a problem with my liver has an issue, and my liver is working so fucking hard because that's when your liver works, is when you're asleep, and my liver's having to work so hard that it's waking me up, and I wake up in a sweat and need a pee. So there's more than one explanation for why you might be waking up at 3 a.m. But maybe go to the doctor and get a blood test.
Yeah, but believe it or not, at 3 a.m. when I wake up, I never go for a pee. So,
well, okay.
Yeah. So you said.
Well, that obviously means that you're a chosen one, dude.
Yes.
Obviously.
So, AK, you said you were in the fifth dimension, but you can rationally extrapolate infinite dimensional spaces like Hilbert space, Banach space. So you know where.
I didn't catch all that because I was reading Dominic's comment in the private chat.
Yeah,
well,
Hank was speaking French from France.
Yeah, so I'm saying you can conceiving of more dimensions isn't that big of a deal because you can always make up more dimensions.
No, I don't know what dimension 6 is and beyond. I mean, I think it goes up to 12 or 13, yeah.
We can have as many dimensions as we please.
Well, you can't stay in the fourth dimension. You have to travel through that. You can't stop in a fourth.
I mean, that's just a number line. If you can add a number to it, we can treat it as a dimension.
It's an assumption. The fourth dimension is supposed to be an expression of time, right?
It could
be. What is time? Time is only movement of things that are in atrophy, right? Things that are in a physical state that we need time here in this realm. We need to measure time here in this realm, or we do measure time here in this realm, because it's all about movement, getting from A to B, right? Time doesn't exist outside of this realm, as far as I'm concerned. Time doesn't exist outside of this realm. So the fourth dimension, being time, I think is a cope.
Well, man invented time, didn't he?
Man invented the measurement of time.
Super important.
Yeah, but then they put it in the watch.
Acknowledge that it was super important that time is a dimension that we make up, right? And
right, exactly.
I think we.
Yeah, man invents timekeeping, but time is already inherent in the universe.
I think what dimensions are a concept, right? It's a conceptual idea of something outside of this, that's not in this space where we are, in this physical actuality, right? So a different dimension can have different rules, right? Different laws of physics or whatever in a different dimension. But it's all outside of our true, it's another perceptual thing. You have to be able to perceive it. But the reality of us actually experiencing different dimensions, that's a state of mind, right? Time dilation, which is a real thing, could be that you've gone into a different dimension and time slowed down in that dimension, right? That dimension is based on whatever your focus of attention is, right? So you're on a panel having a great conversation, and then suddenly you realize it's like been 5 hours. You've been fucking on the panel for 5 hours, but time dilated completely. It didn't mean anything anymore. Time didn't mean shit, so it completely dilated. But only for you in that moment. Only that's for you in that moment.
But that's what they say. Time flies when you're having fun.
Right. But it actually doesn't have to though. See, because you can make time slow down yourself. I've done it. I've made time. I somehow managed to fit 45 minutes worth of stuff into 15 minutes. Right? Like I slowed time down to allow me to do more in those minutes. So I got 45 minutes worth of work done in 15 minutes.
Maybe you speeded it up to do it quicker.
Maybe I speeded myself up, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Same thing.
But again, what that is it's a perception of an idea. It's not an actuality. I can't say that I actually sped up and went, right? That if anybody, when they were looking in on the situation, could see me flying around like a fucking sim at times too, right? that didn't actually happen. All that happened was my focus and my attention were fixed for that time, and they were fixed on doing the work. They weren't. I wasn't thinking about the time. I wasn't looking at the clock, and I wasn't worrying about getting it all done. I just said, "Oh, fuck it. Do you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do. I'll do what I can do, and there's nothing more I can do about that. I'll do it the best I can, as quick as I can, but boom." And it just so happened that when I finished, and it was like I still had like a minute or something to go. It was like I did it in 14 minutes or something, right? I'm like, no fucking way. I'm not even going to. I'm just going to say thank you, right? I don't understand how it happened. I could say I sped up or time slowed down. I don't know. All I know is I got 45 minutes worth of work done in 15 minutes. I don't have to understand how. You get me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All the rest of it is the imagination, right? Imagination is a great thing because you can imagine what you would like the future to be, right? It's particularly your own future. You can imagine that and you can work towards it, and the chances are you probably achieve it if you put enough work in.
Yeah, and we've got
right?
to talk about Talcadia. Hank, fucking OTW, Jack Talcott. You love him or hate him. I love the motherfucker. I'm going to grab him by the throat and slap him in the mouth one time, right? I mean, come on.
Does Frank drink? Do you drink, Frank?
Yeah, Frank is it.
Yeah,
Frank enjoys a little tipple.
Whiskey.
Are you on the Hennessy tonight or the what is it?
Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels is on the bourbon.
Tennessee whiskey.
He's on the bourbon.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. What I need to know is Hank Oflemia. Hank, how do you say your last name? Is it Oflemia?
Oflamo. That's the
Oflamo.
O, then the flame, then another O.
Oflamo.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Just call him Oflamo, dude.
Sure. No, don't wait a minute, fucker. This Negro,
It's his name. I think he knows how he wants his name to be pronounced.
No, I don't think
Oflamo.
so. I don't think so.
What was the guy in the Fantastic Four, the one that turned into fire?
Plastic Man.
No, not Plastic. Johnny Flame.
Johnny Flame. Can we just call you Johnny? Johnny or Flamo?
You could do it if you feel like it.
No, that's how I'm going to remember. That's how I'm going to remember how to pronounce.
It's not fair.
So anyway.
No, it's not anyway. We need to Oflamo.
I don't think that was very nice, was it?
What is your assessment of Talcadia? You have to tell us. You must.
It's in a mess state. I mean, you're doing much better when we had Taz, but he's still going. So.
But do you think that Snafu Snaps adds a good deal of energy to his transmission?
Yeah, it gives energy, but he needs to cut. He needs to do some more of his research. We doesn't sound like an idiot. I mean, he accused everyone of all these crimes, and then we check, and it's a nothing burger. Then we say, well, he loses all credibility.
Is it really? Like none of that stuff plays out? Like.
Yeah, every crime we check that's not accused people of, it's a nothing burger. So he loses all credibility and say, "Hey, Snafu, shut up. We don't need you." So if he did some more research before he did his journalism, then maybe the energy would be worth it.
Can we stop even saying his name so much? I don't need him coming over here and starting shit on my channel. Yeah, I've already dealt with him a couple of times. Well, he has done. He has done a couple of times. Yeah, he hasn't started any shit. But he's told me that they've already been looking at me, and but he thinks I'm all right, but still be careful. It doesn't matter. It's still I don't need people coming in and flinging mud around.
Well, yeah, it's true too. Like you have to be accountable for where you go and what you do while you're there, and so you do come into the situation that way, and people will look at that. Snafu calls that the optics, right?
Yep.
The optics are high.
Well, anyway, getting back to what we were talking about, because it was far more valuable a conversation, I think, about the veil and where did we go? Because we didn't finish that conversation.
Well, the idea is like, what's your essential breakdown of what is the veil and what's beyond it? And I'm not looking for like an entire progression, but like a starting point and then an end point, causation, reality, and manifestation.
So I would say it really, it's important when you start looking beyond the veil, beyond what, like you see the veil's lifted a little bit, and you lift it out, and you have a little look behind, and you start looking out. If you don't know how you've ended up thinking the way that you do about stuff and really analysed it and really deeped it, right? Why you feel the way you do, why you react the way you react, where you've not listened to the little voice that's told you something and it's all gone wrong as a result, or where you have listened and you've been proven right again, right? It's unless you've Dominic was saying in the private chat, know thyself is an ancient Greek maxim meaning self-awareness and deep understanding of your own nature, motivations, limitations, and strengths, right? So if you go into the veil like thinking that you are something or that you're doing, you project out a lot of what is inside, right? So you're lifting the veil, but you're only seeing what you want to see, what your ego is going to allow you to see, right?
I think a good metaphor would be the wizard behind the curtain in Wizard of Oz, right? Till the point where Dorothy reaches the Emerald City, right, where the Wizard of Oz is hidden behind the curtain. They all believe that the Wizard of Oz is this almighty being and he's so all-powerful and all this. But the veil is like the lifting of that, where they end up realizing, wait a minute, this is just some old dude behind the curtain.
Pulling levers.
That's a good kind of representation of what the veil really is.
A guy behind a curtain pulling levers and pushing buttons.
Yeah.
That's what he was doing, pulling levers and pushing buttons, right? So... And that is, so how many people get triggered on all these different things. The fact that we call it, I've said this before, right? We call it getting triggered. That's a term that comes straight out of MK Ultra. Right?
Yeah.
And Monarch training. Right. It's a tool. If you can trigger somebody, they're not thinking properly. They're not. They've not actually cognitively understood. Like they're reacting. They're not responding. They're reacting, and the reaction is a program.
And
it's
most of it's
anger.
not done in the negative. Sorry, Rich, can I say something? Most of it's not done in the negative, the trigger. It's actually done in the positive. Give a person a compliment, you'll see their trigger.
Yeah.
So now, what happens is, for the few, not the masses, they intermix the word, the self and the ego. Those are two different things. That's like talking about a computer and the program. The self is an ongoing program, hence know thyself. I'm using today's lingual. So the veil that's going to be unveiled or lifted, it's in the program, not in the computer. The ego that's about the body, and that's all fight and flight. It's there to survive. This is where people get the concept of the eye of the beholder and Plato's cave. You're the one that's running behind the program. You're actually not the program. That's why when I tell people who's running your body when you're asleep, I don't know. Who runs the liquids in your body when you're in the conscious state? I don't know. I said, there's a good start. You don't know. So now this is where you have to have mind over matter. You have to have understanding. You have to have the tree of life. But for most people, they're playing in the game, but not aware of how the game works. They're caught up in things like outcomes, right or wrong. I agree, I disagree. Once you become the observer, you're going to realize how limited you are as the experiencer. Anyway, that's the manipulation that most people do within themselves.
And that's the trick that they've used by getting everybody to basically pick a side, right? Get involved in this duality, and creating more dualities. Just creating division and duality everywhere.
How do you separate energy? How do you separate energy? You play the illusion game.
You do it like this. It's like my physical body agrees with you and my spirit resonates with you.
True, Patrick. True. But then again, energy, where is there? Is it separated? This is where you get the concept order out of chaos. Again, that's to play on the senses. What is ordo in this case? I get it when people like to play 33 degrees and all that kind of stuff. That's very limited when you play with only 33 degrees.
Yeah, you're a small mason. You're a small mason, yeah.
A full circle is 360 degrees.
Yeah, mason
But
jar.
here's where I think we differentiate, and like where we bring the progression forward is in that we
your brain is slowing down, bro. I'm just like, you just lay off the booze a bit.
I know. You've got something good to say, but Daniels
we have to take it forward. Like there should never ever be any type of truncating or like overloading, and so the concourse must flow forward.
Double O, I need to leave for a bit. I need to go out.
No worries, dude.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure.
No, I like to say I'll speak to you later. Thanks for having me on. And take care, guys.
I'll articulate as you go forward.
Take care.
Take care, dude. I like the avatar there.
What would happen if we told someone you're not free to leave the panel? Can't they just hit the red X and it disappear anyways?
Yeah.
I usually just click the X. I'm gone. I was like,
Me too.
I don't really say goodbye.
I don't know.
That's I don't like
avoidance
goodbyes.
exit. That's avoidance exit. That is just block out the back. I do that as well, though. Especially if the conversation's flowing, you don't want to interrupt it just to say, "Yeah, hi guys. Right, I'm going to go. I'm going to leave now. I got to go. See you later." When the conversation's really going, that was cool with AK. I wasn't. If he's still listening, I wasn't talking about.
Yeah, it wasn't really
then.
an interruption.
Well, that wasn't an interruption. But yeah. Get my train of thought back.
Need a sip of coffee.
I need to make a coffee.
Oh, well, there you go. That's why.
We're just coming in at 2 hours. If I hate StreamYard that they give you such a fucking pissy little 2 hours. You've only got 2 hours. If you go over 2 hours, then they're
oh, you can't do the clips.
AI editing
yeah,
clips
it does suck for that. Somebody should complain to them and tell them, man, you should be able to go more like 8 hours. Fuck 2 hours.
It also sucks that they don't do what Opus clips do, where they actually manipulate the image into a 9:16, or you can set the ratio, but they'll manipulate the image into that ratio, whereas all StreamYard does is just stick it in the ratio. And
well, you can work around it by using the share screen and sharing the application and rearrange the set.
Oh, you edit it.
Hey,
oh no,
Hank,
no,
where
no,
are
that's.
You? Come up.
I think so, Hank.
All right, come on. Appreciate you.
Now he's put the aesthetics
He likes
all
to
out
see
of
your
whack.
face, Hank.
See now there's now I can't define where Dominic's going to go because it's all out of whack now. It's all
he goes where you're at.
Hang on. There we go.
Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
And then you put yourself
higher
because you're the boss, right? You got to.
No, but I don't need that.
Well, he's the base too, so.
Oh, all right. He doesn't.
His
ego doesn't need the.
Well, actually, it's all about perspective, and in actual fact, I'm sat in front of you, closer to the audience, and you're sat behind me.
But you should
It's
put
just
me
the
down where
perspective.
Hank is, so that way it'll be like as if we're looking at each other, kind of.
No, but then Hank will be lording it over me, and I can't have that. Or
Oh,
Frank.
okay.
I can't have Hank or Frank lording it over me, man.
Oh, fucking
Me and
magic.
you are friends, even though you're a
Big
cunt for putting me through the fucking expose fucking filters.
Oh yeah, you said you
Like-
wanted to hear one on me, right? And on Tommy.
I know.
I
Oh,
did
no,
both
no.
of them.
Yeah,
I did
do
myself.
tell,
I
do
did
tell.
Tommy.
Do it.
I just didn't do Paul yet. That's all.
No,
Yeah.
no, I mean on
Let them step
the
forward.
streams
Come on,
that
come
you
on.
used to, the
We
panels
wanna
that
hear
you used
this.
to do on your panels.
The people want to hear it. The
Not
people.
focusing on
Can you not
individuals.
serve the people? Nah, that's
Frank,
very
I'm
arrogant.
talking, mate.
Very
I'm
arrogant.
talking, dude.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
And I
I'm talking
apologize,
about
but
analyzing
you
your
should let
panel. Your
OTW bring forward the goods.
so, Frank, I'm sorry,
wrong?
mate.
Am I wrong?
Oh God, dude, I'm trying to speak.
Fair.
So
You've been speaking the entire time. It's not fair. Come on, please. Am
So
I
you're
wrong
saying
in this?
the AI? It was. Did you listen to
To
the
do
one
the
that they
same-
did on me?
I haven't.
Mm.
Oh,
But-
they did on you. No,
Yeah.
no. But so on your panel, like,
Yeah.
I listened to it.
Yeah.
I listened to it.
cool,
It was-
man.
Yeah. I even took
Well-
that and put the transcript through the AI
Right.
and critiqued the critique to get even more precise.
I'll tell you what we can do. Right, we'll watch the video of the critique on my panel because
Oh, okay.
I haven't watched.
Yeah,
I
sure.
haven't watched it yet, so we can watch that. We'll watch that critique, man, and see. 'Cause
Yeah,
you
that's
said
a
you
great
put
idea. I
You
like
put
that.
6 streams into that, 6 sources in. So
Yes, sir.
It was a more balanced view of the entire thing.
Yeah.
But I
And there's
still
one
get the
thing.
impression I'm not expecting it to be any
Don't-
nicer than that opening description.
Don't forget that the AI takes all of that from the transcript. So sometimes it might mistaken one person for another. You know, because it doesn't know from what it's
Right, it's just
like,
it doesn't know who's speaking. It just knows someone's speaking.
right. So it can only extrapolate when like how the responses are made. But sometimes the responses are so in line with whatever was being said beforehand that it seems like the same person said that whole script when it was actually 2 people talking.
Right.
So that's the only error I see it make. You know.
Welcome, MacGyver. How you doing, man? Good to
Pretty
see
good.
you.
Good morning, everybody. Just got up, got my coffee.
I'm glad I boggle people's minds. That's like, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
So I'm gonna listen. I really do need a coffee. But I only need to heat it up. I don't need to make it. So I'll be like 5 minutes. I'm just gonna duck out the back. This is we've been going for 2 hours. We've got 30 people watching. This is my first grift of the day.
Hilf uns! Wir sind hier gefangen!
It's pretty clear that we are near the end of days. Are you right with God?
Trust in the timing of the Lord.
The best way for you to get right with God is to do something nice for somebody else. You can do something nice for somebody else by donating to this PayPal here.
Do you really think I'd be that deceitful, you guys?
Please like, share, and subscribe.
Man, I got to get me some clips like that. Richie's really on fire with these clips. I really liked them.
Yeah,
Hey, Frank.
OTW.
Yeah, it's about time you
should-
talk now. Now's the time to talk, dude.
You should tell us about like everything you've done. Like you've done so much within this space. You've got a game, like a D&D style game. Tell me a little bit about that. Come on now.
It's like, yeah, kind of like a D&D, more of like It's a lot of different types of games mixed into one when you look at it. You know, it's kind of like it's even like movies too. It's like or television series like Game of Thrones. You know, a mix of I guess World of Warcraft and Dungeons and Dragons. You know, it's just like a mix of all of those kind of games together into one package. You know, so you got maps, you got titles, you got everything, you got the role playing part.
You got corny skins.
Who?
Corny skins. You know, corny.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
You know the food you eat? It's called corn.
Yeah.
I said corny. Them corny skins. You know, players usually want to buy money for these skins so they can look different.
Oh, corny skins. Okay, now I got. All right, no, we don't got corny skins.
Good morning.
But we can buy armies, buildings, stuff like that on the map. There are also some rules in the games where the audience can influence the outcome of the role playing game part, and there's a lot of different things that go into this. Yeah.
Set them back at the beginning.
At the beginning. What do you mean in the beginning?
Beginning of the map.
Man, I'd have to bring that up and show people, man. Just like to talk about it, be completely.
Yeah, pay $5 to put that guy at the beginning of the map, or put him anywhere on the map, your location you like.
Right. Well, you know, people can buy land. They can own like their own kingdom. They can put a castle there. There's like you have all kinds of stuff that you can do on the map.
Yeah.
You can buy yourself armies.
Then you get that little boy, Dad, can I borrow the credit card? And all of a sudden, Dad goes, I got an $800 charge on my credit card, son. Well, I wanted to fit in, Dad.
Well, there's a lot of people that already bought like, plots of land. They bought freaking buildings and shit, man. They even named their own buildings and stuff like that, you know.
Crazy.
And they got themselves them little soldiers all around their border of their land. And because, I integrated kind of like a risk dynamic to the map, right? So people can invade other people's lands if they have enough soldiers, and then we roll the dice just like in Risk to see who wins the battle, right?
They have a lot invested in that game. They'll always be there because they got a lot invested in that game.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing another one, I guess, next week. Yeah. I don't do it too often because so far it's not that popular, right? It's kind of like growing slowly, but more popular it's going to get, then I'm going to do it more and more often. Yeah. And I also have a podcast that I'm doing with my daughter now, and have other projects in the works at the same time. I'm doing more breakdowns and more decodes. Just yesterday, I discovered a new Charlie Kirk predictive programming in a movie called Back in Action with Jamie Foxx and Cameron Diaz. So I kind of like noticed that, and I made a perfect reference from the movie to the story of or the event, the Charlie Kirk event. So
they purposely threw all this different avenues that Charlie Kirk has, so we don't know what to believe now. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, but they put the truth out there. They don't have a choice. They'll do it. Because if they don't put the truth out there, your subconscious mind will pick up on it right away.
Right,
That's how your subconscious mind is a puzzle. It makes the puzzle, right? It'll take the puzzle and it'll put all the pieces in its place. If there's any missing pieces, it'll fill it in.
Just play it backwards. You'll see it.
So it's like it's not complicated when you look at these things, and when they put it out there. Sometimes when you're aware and consciously awake, it stands out. It just like jumps at you,
right?
And I was like watching the movie, not even thinking about that at all, right? But it's what the guy says. It's like, oh shit. He's like, it's just in his phrasing. Sometimes it's not even in the scene itself. Sometimes it's just in their dialect or whatever it is they're going to say. It correlates directly to the other thing. And then you have the images that actually follow to support what's being said. Then you make the correlation directly to, it's not that complicated. It doesn't take a scientist to figure it out. It's just having a bit of awareness. Common sense is to look at things for what they really are.
Why would they change ceiling tiles in the tunnel? And why would they change the grass to cement squares? Right there.
Exactly.
You know, you got to go play it backwards.
Right. Sometimes that's what you need to do. Sometimes you need to see it from a different perspective.
And there's a lot
Instead of looking at it from left to right, you look at it from right to left.
Yeah. So there's a lot of side skirters on the internet that I see. You know what a side skirter is, right?
No, you're using a lot of terms and expressions that, like, I've never heard
I'm from
before.
Chicago, man.
Oh, that's why. Fuck, I'm from Quebec, man. Come on.
Okay. Side skirting. Huh. You got a lady, she's got a skirt, and you sidle it, you know? You kind of avoid the, you know, actually telling you they're trying to take your eyes off the prize, so you side skirt.
No, don't get it.
All right. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm Canadian, bro. I think it's
Hey,
normal.
we're brothers. Different mothers, but still, you know, we're in this big fight together, whatever it is.
It's a Chicago thing.
Yeah.
It's a Joyzy thing.
The beers.
Right. I've got a fucking headache, man. What are we talking about? What have I missed?
Last thing was jersey skirts.
No, side
Oh,
skirting.
Side skirting. Yes. I have no idea what that means.
Is it like side boobing?
It's to keep your eyes off the prize. They don't, like these people on the internet. They don't come on and say, "Oh, this is what happened." No, they take your view and try to put it to the side there and say, "Okay, this is the view."
Oh, okay. I get that.
Yeah.
All right. Side skirting.
Side skirting.
Yeah.
You can use it. It's okay.
I might. But then people will think I'm from Chicago.
Or sidling. You know what sidling is, right?
No.
Somebody's always on your side bothering you, so you put some Tic Tacs in their pocket so you know they're there all the time. Sidlers.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go, on a vacation to Chicago sometimes and learn the lingo.
You'll love the food. You want some good pizza? Oh, I'll get you some good pizza. Good deep dish. Yummy.
So we lost Hank and we lost Patrick.
No, you lost Dominic.
Not Patrick.
Patrick's
Dominic.
still
Sorry.
here.
Yeah. Dominic. Sorry, mate. Sorry. Dominic.
Frank Monday's still here. Appreciate you.
Frank's still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh look, here we go. We got the sanity machine in. He must be in yours, Frank.
We do.
Really?
Hello.
Wow. So I
hello,
wanna
my
address
little
this.
subjects.
Yeah,
talking about
hello.
truth.
So, like the basic Gnostic position of you're going into a hell realm and you're dead forever. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean,
Nah, it's because you're already dead. That's what you don't understand.
When
You're
Why
already
are
dead.
you dead? Are you dead now? Right?
Yeah,
Is
we're
that-
dead.
Our bodies
Are
are
you sure
our
about that?
bodies.
Why can't you? Why can you breathe then?
If I don't get off this computer,
What makes
I'm
you
definitely
think
dead.
it's air you're breathing right now?
But why are you able to articulate a breath?
All right, Morpheus.
This is a fucking dream.
Fucking hell.
You're
I was
dreaming.
waiting for somebody to catch on to that one.
No, I'm genuinely perplexed. Why are you able to articulate life if you are dead? Because I will cast out demons.
That
and
right,
raise
dead is a
the
word,
dead.
right? Dead is a word that we apply
Yeah,
to
Matthew
things that
10:8.
are. We
Jesus-
say
Jesus
we say
commanded-
things are no longer living, therefore they are dead, right? But
Okay, so you're,
can you
you're a
say
pig.
can
Are
you
you a
say
pig? Are you a pig? Are
can you
dead?
say is
You're a
light
pig.
is light
Time.
is light
Cast out into
alive
the pigs. Are you?
is light alive or dead?
No, I just want to ask you, sir. You
No,
directly.
is light
No,
light
no,
alive
no,
or
no,
dead?
no. What's your name,
Photon.
sir? What's
It's
your name?
energy. It's photon.
Is it alive
I
or is it
want to
dead?
ask you directly. Are you a dead pig? Cast out a demon, a leper that Jesus has crucified.
There's a good chance.
I am not. I am not.
All right.
I am
What are you?
absolute spirit. I'm
You're an
spirit.
angel?
Well, you
Right.
are absolutely
Angelic,
under the influence
absolutely.
With a
You-
pint
you-
of
you-
Jack Daniels down
Yeah,
the-
you
the-
understand that you're under the influence of spirit right now.
Tennessee whiskey, baby.
An angel with Jack.
You are under the
There's-
influence
okay,
of
okay, show me.
spirit
Show me
right now.
You motherfuckers, show me. You show me that there's any purer water than Tennessee whiskey. There isn't any. It's where the
Yeah.
Irish settled. Tennessee whiskey.
Scotch.
Spoken like a
Absolute-
true,
No, it's the
spoken like a
sweetest-
true alcoholic, man. Spoken like a true alcoholic.
No. We bring forth the greatest, most divine water of life. It's what it is, man.
I know
You
that's what the
fucking-
spirit's telling you.
No,
that's what the
no,
spirit's
it's what-
telling you while
it's
you're
what
drinking it.
really
That's
is.
what your body and your ego is saying. Yeah, man, this tastes real good and this feels real good.
It's not
This
about
just feels real good.
It's
That's the
about
little
life,
demon.
eternal
That's the
life.
little
Alcohol
demon that
feeds
is
your
alcohol.
ego.
Alcohol feeds your ego, son.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it
You
puts your
guys have
spirit.
deceived
Puts,
yourselves, you
it
fucking
puts your spirit.
cheated
It
yourself
puts.
of eternal life.
It puts your
Fucking-
spirit to
you
sleep.
Slandered your own name.
It's a magic
and
potion.
You put yourself.
It puts your spirit to sleep and it wakes your ego up.
It does.
Yep.
Yeah,
You
it's a
are
magic
fueled
potion.
by
Okay,
your
okay.
ego right
Why do
now.
you think they call them
son.
spirits?
Then why can I relinquish and you cannot?
Well,
Relinquish what? What can
when
you
you wake up
relinquish?
tomorrow, you'll have
I
forgotten
really-
all
You'll
of
be
this
doing a lot of
conversation.
relinquishing.
I'm done.
What?
You're right.
What?
Of
Hang on.
course.
What can
Look
you
at how
relinquish
foul
that
you
I
are.
cannot?
Like demons.
What can you relinquish that
Hiding
I
in the
cannot?
shadows. You don't want to even
His
see your
hangover.
true self. All right.
What can you
don't
relinquish
want
that I
Yeah.
cannot?
all of it.
What?
Your
Hangover.
ego, yeah. You
Define the word relinquish for me. Pretend
Let
I'm a
go
school
of.
kid. Pretend I'm
Yeah,
a school
you're-
kid.
you're a
And my
little child.
vocabulary isn't that
That's
great.
all you have to do.
All right.
Do
Like
you
to
understand
relinquish
what
your
it means?
Allowance.
Look at how foul that is. Really.
So what can you
really.
relinquish?
That
What can you
would
relinquish?
vilify me. That
I'm not
you
vilifying
would
you.
chastise me. Yeah. Are you not?
Come
No,
on,
I'm-
somebody
By
take the
denying
whip
me?
out. We
By
need to whip this
denying
I
man.
know. Get the,
No. I ask you honestly and forthright. By denying me
you're not.
the absolute, then you hold me in judgment, do you not?
Who's denying the absolute? Tell me
Wow.
who denied the absolute, and tell me what is the absolute. Actually clarify that for me? The
Vodka.
absolute. Absolute vodka. Right. What do you mean denying the absolute?
I absolutely have to go with piss right now.
I have to absolutely go get a coffee again.
Like,
Undoubtedly.
what I find with you, Frank, is you make a concerted effort to sound profound, but with not a lot of substance. Right? What do you mean you have the power to relinquish and I do not? And what do you mean by denying the absolute? What do you determine to be the absolute? The absolute truth? What if truth's only something agreed on by two or more people? What the absolute as in what is actual? Well, that's something I'm definitely not denying. And you can't say for a second that I am. Because what I'm trying to do is get to everybody to try to see what is actual rather than what they agree might be real or reality. Because reality can be twisted through perception. Real only exists if you agree it exists. But if your perception won't allow you to see, then you can't agree and it won't be real for you. So the only thing that matters is what matter, which is actual. Everything else is flexible within our definitions, within our own perceptions, right? That's why in the Matrix, Morpheus said, Do you think that's air you're breathing and blah, blah, blah? Do you think your muscles have anything to do with it and jump over a building, right? Because the reality, the rules of reality within the matrix can be bent. They can't be broken, but they can be bent purely through perception. If you are able to perceive yourself jumping from one building to the other, you can do it. But if you, in your perception won't allow you to clear that space, you'll fall short. So in what way am I or anybody else here denying the absolute?
Okay, let me try to address this.
You can try. There is no try, only do. Yoda taught us that. Man.
That word is a bad word. Okay, try is actually failing. Listen. No. Fuck you too. Okay. All right. Now listen.
You bloody fuck.
Trying is failing for a lack of preparation. That's what it means. Trying is failing for a lack of preparation. Get your
what happened to
definition.
you? What happened to you? What's
I don't know. For some reason,
you went down
south.
You went down south. Say that to Frank Monday. You need to stop trying that whiskey.
OTW.
Maybe because listen.
No. I will not tolerate another fucking minute of it.
I will not tolerate
OTW,
your behavior anymore, this man.
God
You
in
will
heaven,
now,
please,
because
please
I will try to
excuse me,
speak
please.
in a way. You can hear me.
Please
You're in
excuse
China
me.
now.
Bordel de merde.
Just for a minute.
What church does he preach
Give me
at?
30 fucking seconds. Give me 30 seconds to
See,
articulate what I want to say. OTW, Canadian, of bastard child, of nothing more
My
than
precious.
British crown. Suck
Precious.
my fucking dick. I will whip it out right now.
My
Must
precious.
I-
Hey, watch
must
it.
Must I
No,
use
put your
my
weapon back.
penis? No, Kate, the fucking settle for just a minute.
I
OTW,
experienced
listen
fear
to
for
me.
you, Richie, right there.
Listen to me, you
Yes.
fucking
Oh, no.
bastard.
It's too small. You wouldn't be able to see it anyway.
See, you won't even listen to me. You won't even allow me a minute without interrupting me.
I have
And
to
Because you're not
switch.
making sense. You're
I
not
have
making
a switch
sense.
in my mind where, at one point, I tune out alcoholics.
Yeah, because they don't want to listen to what we have to.
Right, listen. This is just so that we can hear what I'm saying, right? So there's no please don't be offended. I'm doing a flow state right now. Frank, your level of inebriation is damaging your credibility within a sober audience. All right? And we're not mocking you or denying anything that you're saying or denying the absolute or anything like that. But what you're hearing going on here is twisted by your level of inebriation. You're fucking smashed, mate. You are smashed.
It's bloody unacceptable. I don't appreciate it all. Okay.
Why did Richie leave? Like he clicked the wrong button, he kicked himself
Maybe
out.
Maybe coffee.
Oh, the coffee's ready.
Yep.
I don't know how that happened. I just pulled myself out.
I knew it was a fucking mistake.
I don't know how that happened, man. But yeah, let's just, because the volume level, right, Frank? That's the most bothering thing about it is you're shouting a lot, right? And you don't need to shout. We can just keep our voices at a normal level and not talk over each other, and then that way we can have a polite, civil conversation, intelligent conversation, where we don't resort to talking about sucking each other's dicks or anything like that, or threatening to get our penises out on the camera. All right, we're all fully grown adults here. Fucking hell, man. Right, we're middle-aged men. Come on.
Hey, I'm a granddad. I don't know if that.
You're
I'm
a fucking
60.
old man. You're
I'm
an
60.
old man. This is like, I realized this earlier this year, I think it was, or it was last year. I kind of realized that I am old enough to be a granddad now.
Yep.
Right? I could have, if the girl I got pregnant in Greece, if she had have actually had that baby, it would be in its early, he or she would be in its early 20s now, and could quite possibly have had a child themselves, and so I would be a granddad. It's
Pretty
quite
much.
it's quite a, not sobering because I'm not drunk, but you know, it's like, fuck.
It's something to
Right,
think about.
I really won't ever be able to hit on a 20-year-old again, right?
Don't say that. You'll never
I'm gonna have
know.
to narrow. I'm gonna have to narrow. Yeah, but if a 20-year-old hits on me, I'm gonna have to seriously be like, no, I don't think this is right. But a 30-year-old is okay, right? A 30-year-old will be all right. It's only, you know, nearly 20 years difference. I'm only old enough to be their dad, not their granddad.
Yeah, I obviously, if there was like a young 22-year-old that, you know, is tripping, I'm not sure if a relationship can be established, but you can have fun though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
The lowest I'll go is 45. I'm 60. I just, you don't want to go any lower.
Do you know? I think though that the pool is there's more variety, maybe in the pool later on, you know, because none of us really know who we are until we're in our fucking early 40s, do we?
Right, exactly.
We haven't really
Well,
got a
it's like-
handle on things until we're in our early 40s, and even then, by our 50s, we're still trying to get a handle on it. But
you know what's fascinating by what he just said there, like no woman under 45 at his age, and in a sense I would agree
My
with that,
morals.
but
Dude.
it's about maturity, right? Because
right.
I'm with a woman that's 10 years younger than I am, and I think that she's still a tad immature.
Unless,
right?
unless this is actually a tactical move, because you'd be less likely to have children then, and wouldn't have to worry about becoming a dad past 60. If you went with a 20-year-old, she might be a fertile little a seed farm, and just what ends up, because you can still be fertile. This is the thing about being a man. The great thing about being a man, we can still be firing them out into our 70s, man.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could have children at 70.
Yeah. My daughter's 36, and she doesn't want to bring a kid up in this day and age. So me and my wife can't be grandparents.
You know, that's funny you say that, because that's what the ones at the higher levels want. They want population reduction, so they
Yes.
need to get people thinking that way, that it's not a good place to bring up children. So that
blame
makes
them?
sense.
Do you blame them?
Yes and no. And the reason for that is because I believe that we should not operate under the programming, and that we should be fruitful and multiply and listen to the words of the Almighty. That's my perception on it. And my other answer is I agree, because it's not the best place to raise a child right now. So I know it's like it's kind of contradictory, but what can I say? It's like I guess you have to walk the middle path when it comes to those things.
Right, guys. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Obviously I'm not monetized, so I don't have super chats. But if you put a note on the PayPal, I will absolutely read it out if that's what you want me to do. And Morgan told me to check PayPal, and thank you very much, buddy. Much obliged. Oh, I got that.
Shout out to Morgan.
Shout out to you, and I've got to give you a drop. So, Morgan says, Napalm youth took over the government and burned them out of their homes and parliament. It took just 2 days. It's over. The government cancelled social media so they could not coordinate, and the government shoots 17 young people in a crowd protesting cancellation of social media. Government finished.
Holy crap. That's all it takes, man. That's all they need is for the government to step over the line, man.
Yeah.
That's when the uprising starts. Because there might be more people awake than we realize, but they're all keeping quiet.
They absolutely are, right? I'm going to say that right now.
Yeah, they're just keeping
I
quiet.
know for a fact that there are. So Roxanne works in the construction industry, right? She has people, subcontractors. There are like everybody in her office is awake.
There you go.
But they're all awake people that don't go on social media spouting off what they know or how they think, right? Because they're too busy working. They're fucking, and their social media is just to, for
Right.
silly pics and stuff.
And these people that are busy working and doing their day-to-day livelihood stuck in their cocoon, once you break open that cocoon, that's when they rise up, right? So don't fuck with their day-to-day lives and they won't come out of the woodworks and start causing problems.
Exactly.
This is
As
how I
soon
see
as as soon as it really starts hitting their pockets and affecting their day-to-day life and enjoyment of it, then the gloves will come off.
A lot of people woke up during the C thing. You know what I'm saying? Because they were at home, not working.
Not enough.
Oh no, I was for me it was 2017, and I actually knew that was coming.
Yeah, mine was 2005 when I woke up.
So it's like you're there 2017 telling everybody they're going to do this and they're going to do that, and don't fucking follow that, and everybody doesn't listen to you and just does it anyway.
Right, but this is like reference to the veil that Frank was talking about, right? Well, you woke up in 2005, so that was the first veil. First time the veil lifted and you woke up. But did you know in 2005, as much as you know now, you hopefully you're not going to say you did, because there's like it's been unfolding as we've been watching, and they might have been talking about things like this in the late 90s and stuff, right? You had the magazines and things that were printed. Can't remember what it was called, but that that talked about crazy conspiracy theories and aliens and all that kind of stuff. But it wasn't until like in 2009, that's when I woke up enough to go onto social media and start shouting.
Yeah.
And the dumb response that I got,
me too,
was flat. Like I was just like, how is nobody seeing this? Like what? What?
They don't want to.
Right? But it further confirmed to me I was in a parallel universe after my car accident. Because that would never in the universe that I was born into, what I remember, people would have been like, no way, yeah, what the fuck, what is that? Like that wasn't there in the 80s. The weather changed in the 90s. The weather changed, and it's been shit ever since in the UK. Really shit. In the 80s, we used to have seasons and really, long summers and cold winters and nice springs and colourful autumns.
Richie, did you ever ponder maybe that you actually did die in that accident? I'm meeting a lot of people out here that all had like these either near-death experiences or got died and got resurrected or whatever, or So I was like, I've even been in a car accident where I blacked out, and when I woke up, my arm was no longer attached to my body. So it's like. But who knows? I might have died in that accident, right? Because I blacked out when we hit the cement wall. So,
and you appeared in the other dimension.
Right. So
but your arm had actually been severed from your body.
Well, I mean, in the accident, my arm was not completely severed. Like the skin was and muscles were still keeping it attached.
Where was it severed? Where it was broken and
right at the shoulder.
Right.
They got popped right out of there, and it was I was literally touching my ankle with the tip of my fingers. That's how.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky you can play the guitar, man.
I play guitar.
You're absolutely right. I am lucky. But anyway, like I said, I've been meeting a lot of people out here who have similar experiences, and I'm wondering, it's like, King Stephen talks about the hell realm. I have the funny feeling that he might be right. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like my intuition's giving me like these little indications, thinking that we are in the. Remember that movie with Robin Williams?
We're in a lower dimension.
Yeah,
right.
Beautiful World or something, or
not Field of Dreams.
With
Where
the
Dreams
painting?
May Go.
Yes,
Where Dreams May Go. That movie. All right.
that movie's a
And
trip.
the thing is that she's in hell and she doesn't know she's in hell, but she's still living. You know what I'm saying? She's like still living her life, but it's like from a negative aspect. It's not.
Right.
So
But
it's
do
like
you see-
your perceptions are still there. Your consciousness is still there. You even think that you still have a body, right? It's all there. You're just reprojecting all of that into this lower dimension, like Richie was saying.
Do you see how that in itself, though, is it's a perception, it's a way to look at things, right? Because there are people that seem to be just living in pure hell, and they're functioning, they're going from day to day, but they do nothing to change it. It just keeps perpetuating every day, like with dysfunctional families, really dysfunctional toxic relationships, where people they are really not enjoying their life.
They're living off their
but
egos.
they're still trudging through it, right? And they are living in hell. I see hell as purely as a perception. It's a state of being. It's not a real place. It's
what you make it.
Yeah,
You know what?
It's like. Go on.
You know what I think would be really fascinating is that you end up dying multiple times and you keep waking up in the next dimension, and that's essentially why they say we have eternal life and that we're not we don't die, because you essentially get transferred when you let's say die in this reality, you get transferred to the next dimension where you're still alive, where they kind of came up with the multiverse.
Right. So that was I spoke about this the other day. That's one of the things that I have thought about. I've played. It's a thought game at the end of the day. But I've toyed with that perception. Right. That the reason that I felt like I was in a different universe, and where everything was slightly different and more pessimistic than the one that I'd come from, was because that's what had happened. My consciousness shifted from the vessel that existed, my vessel, my original, let's say, maybe it wasn't my original, because maybe I'd actually changed vessels and changed timelines back when I nearly got killed in the ocean, falling off a cliff, right? Or when I got beaten up and my skull fractured from ear to ear. There's two other incidents where maybe my consciousness, the vessel that I was in originally, didn't survive, but a version of me existed in the mind's eye of every single person that had ever interacted with me, right? And even those who had never interacted with me, but they knew of me through people they knew. So they had some awareness of my existence in this game, right? And so what happens is when this vessel dies, your consciousness shifts straight to the closest version of you in the game. So I think maybe I went into my sister's version of me. So in my sister's version of reality, my vessel survived, right? And life went on. My consciousness came into this vessel, so I then continue my life without any awareness that I'd actually died, right? Continue my life, but everything's slightly different because it's the way my sister perceived it.
That's where the
not
Mandela
the way
effect
I've
kicks
been
in.
perceiving it, right? Right. So this is why I say I was experiencing Mandela effects before Mandela effect was coined as a phrase. I was already in a different timeline where things had happened differently. So when 9/11 happened, I was like, figures, man, definitely. I'm in a different fucking universe, because that would never. Nobody would buy it. In the universe I was born in, nobody would have bought that. Not for a second. Not for a fucking second, right? And then later on, other things, it's just like, Jesus Christ, the Patriot Act, going on, fucking all the government, the way that government went, they turned into evil villains.
Yeah, we have a think tank to come up with all this stuff for dividing us.
So just all confirmations that I was in a different universe, a different timeline, right? I think it's beyond our conception, right? We are not able to even conceive of what's going on here because we weren't responsible for conceiving this idea. This material realm.
Well, is a soul considered energy, which is mass?
Energy has mass.
Yeah. So this doctor, one of his patients was dying. He had him on a table that when he passed away, it would collect all the fluids. You know, it wouldn't leave his body, but it'd be on this table, and he can weigh it.
His body was lighter than it should have been.
You could see like 14 kilograms.
Right. Yeah, more than after the water and everything had been removed.
Right. Exactly.
When it was Yeah. I've heard that one before.
Was that there a movie like that, 23 ounces or something like that, or something like? There was a movie about that.
I don't know, but the fact that it's called 23, like that 23
that
is the
movie,
number, isn't it?
23 monkeys.
The 23rd ecliptic, the end of the world, always 23rd of the 9th, every fucking year since 2017. It's going to be the end of the world. Last day on Earth, 23rd of the 9th. My birthday.
Isn't that when
really?
3-Eye Atlas showed up?
Probably. 23rd again. Jim Carrey does a film, 23.
Isn't this
Michael
like the
Jordan.
first time that we've been tracking a comet for this long? It's like it's been in like what the hell? It's like it's been so long now. Usually it just passes by. We hear about it for a week and it's over. Now it's like been 3 months they're talking about this shit.
Because they still need it. They still need that distraction there because they haven't got the other parts in place, right? Everything needs to be shuffled around a bit more. They need people to still be looking up there because they've still got some more shit to do down here while we're looking out there.
Yeah.
Right. That's hence the movie Don't Look Up.
Yeah.
Well, the Vatican does own a telescope on Mount Graham in Arizona called Lucifer. It's a stereo infrared telescope. Why does they have that there? And the Vatican owns it. Huh, that's weird.
Well, because they're literally telling you what's inside your mind, right? If they call the telescope Lucifer, then think about how your optic thalamus functions. It actually functions like a telescope.
Yeah.
Right?
And also, we assume that they're looking at things out in space. There's a guy that designed a new type of telescope where the lenses were concave instead of convex or something. Right. And there's two lenses used, right? I can't remember what it's called. But when they pointed it down to the horizon, he swears blind, you can see spirits and stuff. You can see energy and like movement of things that can't be seen by the naked eye.
Well, who's to say that telescope isn't made to not actually look up into space, but actually designed to look inwards? Yeah.
Oh,
designed to look through your optics and go down into maybe the spirit realm, or you know, that's where the windows of the seat of the soul is, your eyes. So it's like maybe that's what it is,
dude. If this realm is an observably, measurably flat plane, and they don't have any curve to worry about, then that telescope will be able to see really, really fucking far, especially if it's using infrared and stuff and not just, you know, because it will be able to see through the atmosphere, right? If they can see through the atmosphere, maybe it's just they're fucking looking at shit around going on the earth, right? They can see a lot further than anybody else with a normal telescope.
Shit.
He just had an epiphany.
Fuck yeah, man. That means that maybe that thing is actually the eye in the sky.
Maybe that's the eye of Sauron. Maybe that's the eye of Sauron.
It sees all and knows all. Fuck, that would make
Just
a lot
saying.
of sense. That could
Just
make a lot of
saying.
sense.
Can we smoke it?
Well, you need to dry it out
like-
first.
I want to see King Kong go and pluck it out and light it up like a big fucking cone joint.
Yeah, maybe they can even see on the outer lands. You know,
Right?
with
Maybe
that
they
thing.
can see. Maybe they can see out into Antarctica. You know, maybe there's another one on another island or the continent that we don't know about that can see all the way back, and they're signaling to each other. It's their communication, right? The fact is, we only know what they want us to know about it.
Right? Who knows? It could be a time machine that they used to see in the future.
Who knows? It could be a fucking, literally like a Kinder Surprise fucking telescope that really doesn't do anything at all. It's just they've managed to
It's a
hype
prop.
everybody up. It's literally they've just got they've got it's all computer graphics and everything. They've just got a computer set up, and that is just a prop, just an expensive prop.
Like a statue.
fucking
It's just
knows?
a giant.
All I know is that the people that are doing it have zero integrity. I know that, right? I know that they like to fiddle around with young boys and stuff.
Oh boy!
And they do shameful things, right? So, am I going to believe anything that they tell me about anything at all?
Yeah, I can resonate with that. I don't believe anything anyway. So I was like, I've kind of like for a long time now practiced not believing. Can you believe that?
No, yeah, yeah, just not believing. So I don't know.
I think opposite what the news
know-
tells me.
I can say I know how I feel about it. I know how what I feel I know about it, right? And how it makes me feel when I wrap my mind around it, how that makes me feel. But I can't say I know, and I'm not going to say I believe. Although I do believe that I might be wrong. I was trying to be funny, but I couldn't think of anything funny enough.
Well, it's not bad. You know, the fact that you believe that you might be wrong is actually kind of ironic. You know.
No, I no, because it's the wrong use of the word. I know that I'm not, whatever it is I'm thinking, I'm not there yet. Right? Whatever it is I'm thinking or however it is I'm feeling, I definitely think I'm onto something. But if I knew how it worked, then why is still things not really changed much? You know? Like, it's still everything. Things are the same. If I come on a stream one day and say, "Hey, you never know, guess what's happened," right? My whole life's just gone. Pew. I got fucking people that believe in me, so they've come along and they've said, "All right, we're going to invest some money in you because we know that what you're going to do is going to be fucking amazing," and blah, 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 right? And this is the retreat. This is the Magic Tree House, right? And the tickets are available, and you can come stay. Right, and that's not happened yet. So obviously, I haven't quite worked it out for myself.
I think it's a mind
enough.
state. It's how you like you said. It's all about perception, but I don't believe it has necessarily all to do with what you're receiving as information, but what you put out, right? So it's. I really believe that you need to come into a space of self confidence, right? It's.
Would you not say that I had self-confidence? Do you think I have self-confidence or not? And especially in what I'm saying.
You wouldn't be on panel if you did.
Well, if you have, you do, but I for some reason I perceive that it's as if you don't apply the knowledge that you have in your own respects. This is what I perceive. It's like, and I've perceived that with a lot of people. And ever since I've started doing the work for myself, I actually see the changes, right? Because I decided to incarnate a space where I believe in me and only me. That's where my beliefs actually sit. I believe in myself. So whatever stems from that is just the cherry that comes back on top, right? So the focus should always be in what you believe is who you are and what you want to be, and establish that. The rest will come. You know, it'll all come to you automatically. You'll attract it because you'll be that. It's about what it's to be or not to be. That is the real question. It's funny enough that Shakespeare had to come up with that, but that's really what it means. It's to really know yourself, have confidence in yourself, and believe in everything that you are and what you're capable of.
Callum,
and
you're such a contrarian.
And all of those words that you keep hearing in your mind that you've been heard over and over again in your life, that people told you can't do this, you're not able to do that, you're not good enough for this. These things are all things that are recorded in your subconscious mind and is repeated to you over and over again.
Bring it down.
Like a fucking a broken record. You need to take that broken record and throw it out the window. It's like, and you need to, that's why they say in scripture, you need to empty out your cup before you fill it again. Because you need to eliminate all of those pre-programmed, indoctrinated states of mind that has been imposed onto you over the years. This is why if you know yourself, then you'll come out of that space of what everybody else says about you, and then you'll focus on you.
So, oh lordy, believe in yourself. Callum, I was thinking this, right, because I was thinking, well, I still have the same issue with the word belief. So I want to. That's why when I said I was going to say something funny, I was going to say believe. I believe, although I do believe, I believe in me, right? But then instantly I was like, yeah, but what is me? Is this me, thyself, myself, or is it I, me, myself, and I? And right, so I failed with managing to come up with something funny quick enough. But basically, it's know thyself. No, not, but you, like, I understand what you're saying, dude, because I feel exactly the same way. It's like, I believe in myself. I'm not, right, but I know what I'm capable of, right?
Right. That needs to show. That needs to come out of you. That part of you, that beast inside, all right, that you some people might correlate that to the ego, but the ego is not something that you need to kill. It's something you need to tame.
Yes.
Because the ego is your fuel. That is what's going to get you going and give you confidence in yourself. And it's like essentially Jack and the Beanstalk, the giant and Jack fusing into one being, right? It's the Hulk and David Banner fusing into one being. It's you taking control over the rageful side of yourself, using that as fuel, and then emanating that out into the world. So that energy will actually come back to you in a positive form as long as you stay in a positive mindset. You know, and my words are very limited, you know, because my vocabulary could be more refined and be able to explain this better, but this is the best way I can put it. And I'm just saying this off of my own personal experience, is once I stopped thinking about all of the negative shit that could happen to me, because I've said this to somebody else the other day, is God is always yes. God is always yes. God operates with yes. He gives you everything you want. Everything you ask for, you shall receive. Okay? Because that word, that phrase in the scripture says, ask and ye shall receive. Yeah, that doesn't mean that if you're asking negative things that you won't get them. No, actually, you will get them.
Right.
So
it's understanding what asking means, like it's
right.
It's
permission.
So if you are imagining something and your energy is all focused towards that thing, then that's what that's what you want. Okay, that's what you'll receive.
Right,
you
exactly. So if you're telling yourself
negative feedback loop,
if you keep telling yourself I'm poor, God's gonna say, yeah, you're poor. That's it. You're gonna get what you want. I'm rich. Oh, yes,
I am
you are.
rich. I am rich. My name's Richard. Of course I'm rich. I think that's the irony in this whole fucking thing. I am rich, and if time is money, I'm the wealthiest man in this fucking room because I've got so much time.
Well, if a man with no debts is the richest man alive, you know that, right?
It's true.
So
I can't say that I've got
I'm
no debts.
like, I have
I've
no
got
debts, sir. I'm richer than any other man that I'll meet on the road that has a $1.5 million house and a 125,000 car.
Right, but if you equate
I'm richer
your
than him.
debts purely to financial debts, that's one thing. But we do have other.
We have karmic debts, but you know, karma works in funny ways. Karma, like for me, karma, I have no more credit with it, right? So it's always instantaneous. Whatever I do, if I get it right back.
Quick. Yeah. I've found that as well, man.
Yeah,
I've
no
found
more
that
credit
as well.
with karma.
Right, no more, or maybe like we've already paid, like we've paid it. I feel like, and I've been told by somebody, spiritual type person, that because I'm a master number, my life path is life path 11 is a master number, and the master numbers don't have any karmic debt left to pay in this lifetime. So in this lifetime, the only karmic debt is the one that you tot up in this lifetime. You're not paying,
and you get it right back.
It's very
instantaneous.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what's changed since 2000, right? Is that karma has just got quicker since the millennium. It seems like karma's got quicker.
So,
although
anyway.
we still don't seem to see, well, actually no, it's it's not. You can't say it's karma, right? But it's how conspiracy theories now only take weeks to be proven true instead of years. Right? They spin out these narratives and these stories, and they get completely deconstructed and debunked sometimes within hours of them spewing them out. Right? Because so many eyes, so many focused minds looking at what they're being told and tearing it to pieces, looking for every, like trying to fact check everything that's going on. So much more attention now. They can't just slip this propaganda out and it gets sucked up and lapped up as easily as it was before.
It's funny because you know that game Where's Waldo?
Yep.
Well, he was Wally. In the UK, it's Where's Wally. And for the first 2 years of my creating on YouTube, I was playing a game. Where's Wally?
Right.
And I wrote a song about it. Where's Wally? Right?
You want to hear something mind-blowing?
That's what I called my ego. That's what I was calling my ego. When my ego was coming out, I was going, oh, there he is. There's Wally.
You want to hear something mind-blowing?
Go on.
The game in French here? Well, anyway, it's not a game. Well, it is kind of a game, but anyway, it's called Où est Charlie? Where's Charlie?
Where's Charlie? Okay.
Yeah, man.
That's my ex-wife's name. She was called Charlotte, and I called her Charlie. It's also my niece. Not my niece. My second cousin is called Charlie. And I knew a male Charlie as well.
And think about
on
Charlie
a Friday
Kirk.
night. On a Friday night, we always used to be on a hunt for Charlie.
Right, but think also about Charlie Kirk. Where's Charlie?
Yeah.
Van Halen.
Who?
Charlie Kirk. You said where is he at? And the FBI director said he's in Van Halen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Valhalla.
Right. Which, why would a Christian say that, right?
Yep.
See, I think there's probably more truth to Valhalla than there is to. It might be that your consciousness, once your time is done on Earth, being reincarnated or whatever, once your time is done on Earth, maybe there is a next phase or whatever where your consciousness goes.
I think it's just another name for a witness protection program.
Yeah.
Maybe if I were to die now, they'll come in and say, right, yeah, you're not allowed back in, mate. It's your witness protection.
Just like all of these other people that we all think are dead probably aren't, right? Come on, man. You really think Prince is dead? Prince was like fucking on fire. The guy, he's
dude,
like,
that
I don't think
happened
he
so
died.
quickly. That
Right?
happened so quickly, man.
It was practically unbelievable. It's like, no way this guy's dead, right?
He looked so fit and healthy.
Exactly.
Like, he looked like he was in his late, like mid to late 30s, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, when he was like 50, he looked like he was almost 15 years younger, right? So I
least
have a
15
really
years
hard time believing that the guy just, kicked the bucket. Yeah, right. Okay. Just like, Mr. Eshmeen and a couple of others. Like, it was a lot of those people that died in 2017, 2018, man. A lot of artists, disappeared. You got Chris Cornell, the singer, that singer that sang for the group Cranberries.
Yep, her. Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah, all of that felt so ritualistic, especially when the same band, right around the time that she kicked the bucket, there's a new band called The Wolves or something like that, which was really ironic to me, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. And they come out and they redo her song, right? So this band is like they had the rights to her song, and she was supposed to actually go and record with them, and ended up being for some reason died in her hotel room, and never reached the recording studio.
Majestic Madness likes girls named after a man. You mean like Charlie and
Pat?
Well, Pat, yeah. I haven't met many girls called Steve.
Think of Charlie's Angels. Charlie's been around for a long time, and they've been using that name.
Steph is a male and female. Taylor.
Chris.
Landry.
Avery.
Sue.
My surname is an American Christian name for girls and boys. Avery.
Huh.
So it's a androgynous Christian name in America.
So we have transgender names out there.
Kim could be a male.
Yeah, I know some male Kims. Yeah,
a male Korean name, Kim
Right.
Jong-un.
Yeah.
Are they your legs, Kim? Got some nice pins there.
Yeah, they're kind of shining.
I fucking hope you're over 25.
Non-binary names.
How you doing? Well, as soon as everybody's gone fucking quiet.
Yeah.
I used to be plagued with terrible feelings of low self-worth and complete inadequacy. After donating to 007, I can honestly say that my life has improved.
Dun, 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 dun.
IK girls when boys' names. And Dylan. Yeah, Dylan could be a girl's name.
Dylan used to be a derogatory term for somebody being a bit of an idiot. When I was at school, we used to say, "Oh, Dylan,
Being a Dillinger.
You're a Dylan." I don't know where it came from, but we also used to say if somebody dribbled or spat while they were speaking, right, the spittle came out, we go, Watley, because we had a friend called Watley who used to spit a lot, like spittle and spit, and he even was known to drool a little bit. So it was always, you know, if you drooled at all, you were a Watley.
We called them Melvins.
Melvin. I miss the term window licker. I think King Stephen might be a bit of a window licker. Well done for triggering me yesterday, Stephen. I'm waiting for the video that you've made. I figured that's why you disappeared off so quickly. It's because you're like, I'm gonna snap that.
Eugene.
Richie saying that yes, he is a cunt. Absolutely, I am a cunt to people that are cuntish to me. I respond in the situation. It's like I was saying earlier about it's in the now, right? In the now, in the moment. Eugene. Yeah. Viv. Absolutely. Viv.
Egbert.
Right? Ah! Vivian! Vivian. The entire name. Vivian.
Yeah. Egbert.
Could be male or Vivian. Egbert. I've never met a woman called Egbert. My God, imagine that, right? Imagine you get in the eye of like your absolute 100% your type of bird, whatever that is.
Chick.
Whatever the most attractive type of woman could be, that you can imagine in your mind's eye. She looks over and she gives you the eye, and then she sort of starts moving over. So you walk closer to her and say, "Hi, my name's MacGyver. What's yours?" "Hi, my name's Egbert." "I'm sorry, what?" "My name's Egbert." Egbert, yes, Egbert Humperdinck. Is that going to be a game changer? You know?
That'd be funny as hell.
Egbert Humperdinck.
Yep.
Yeah. There are like what's that name? Ludmilla. Right? I think it's a Polish name. Or it's an Eastern European name, Ludmilla, right? But it just made me think of mud, like mud, Ludmilla. When you say it like that, when you say it with a Russian accent, Ludmilla, it doesn't sound quite as bad as Ludmilla in English. The way it's spelt, you know. Has anybody else come across that name?
Nope.
Anything close would be Wilhelmina.
Wilhelmina, Wilhelmina is, that was, what's her name? Who played
Short, it's
Wilhelmina? Willa. Yeah, I can't remember. Selling the truth. You're a funny guy, you know that. You're a funny guy. You're such a what's the word?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to call you Lumix.
I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
No, I wasn't. I'm just going to call you Lumix because you're such a projector. You project yourself out so much, there, dude. You'll need to be. Like you want the way you feel about you are the king, and everybody else is just they're lower beneath you. We're all beneath King Stephen, right? Because he's such a fucking moral bastion. Oh, well, on that fucking note.
See, I don't understand. My thing is, do you want to make the point? Yeah. Well, don't lose your mind in the meantime. I can't even talk to people anymore. It's nuts. Does anybody know how to talk about anything anymore? They don't lose their mind, but you do and we do, and I don't understand why that is. You can't go through. Listen, we're turning this into a joke. This is a joke. I'm not saying you have to. You can't laugh, be very serious about it, but give me something and speak to me like somebody who's the pilot of a ship, who's very cool and calculated. But this is ridiculous. There's something wrong when you're screaming and yelling at somebody. It's that Piers Morgan school where they want you to go and scream at each other. I don't understand that. It's interesting for a minute, and then it's boring, and you can't hear anything. I don't grasp it.
Hey, here I am in chat. It says, when a woman pulls a knife on you, give her a jar of mayonnaise and her instincts will kick in.
Good morning, my neighbors! Hey, fuck you! Yes! Yes! Fuck you too!
I have a different view of the history. I used to see it the way you do. I don't anymore.
It's about duality.
Well, I'm all about duality.
The following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
Fascist. Fascist political party. Radicals on the far right. Anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic.
Xenophobic.
Transphobic.
Uncle Tom's
White
supremacist. Domestic terrorist. Neo-Nazi organizer. Nazis. You are an anti-vaxxer. Anti-vaxxers.
Racist.
Racist. Racist. Racist.
Whoa. Emotional, damn it!
Power is a curious thing, my lord. Are you fond of riddles?
Why? Am I about to hear one?
3 great men sit in a room, a king, a priest, and a rich man. Between them stands a common sellsword. Each great man bids the sellsword kill the other 2. Who lives, who dies?
Depends on the sellsword.
Does it? He has neither crown nor gold, nor favor with the gods.
He has a sword, the power of life and death.
But if it's swordsmen who rule, why do we pretend kings hold all the power? Power resides where men believe it resides. It's a trick, a shadow on the wall. And a very small man can cast a very large shadow.
Gee, if only somebody made the schematic available.
Deep thinking. That's why I like coming here, because so many channels I go there are just stupid people, just talking stupid stuff, not actually doing any kind of thinking.
Right. That's the thing. It's people aren't thinking, they're just reacting. They're not actually thinking about what they're reacting to or why they're reacting to it. They're just reacting, and it's emotional. They're using emotional triggers with people. So, and absolutely, this is what I say, Majestica Madness, right? The people that are claiming anti-Semitism aren't even actually technically Semitic themselves, because their roots are in Eastern Europe, not in fucking the Middle East. They're not actually the sons and daughters and descendants of Shem. They come from the Khazars. The Khazars are not the same as the Sephardics. The Sephardic Jews are sons of Shem, but they're not the ones screaming anti-Semitism. And those that scream the loudest always have the dirtiest hands. And it just makes me laugh that the people screaming at other people for being anti-Semitic are the ones that are G-siding Semitic people. So, therefore, technically isn't what they're doing Semitic. But people don't think. They don't think critically about it. They just go,
Meh, wah, anti-Semitic, wah.
And if they scream loud enough, people think they hear them. Zooey! Zooey!
Fucking nightmare. How's it going, Ricardo Sunrocks? Welcome to the stream. You're all quiet there, sir. We can't hear a word you're saying. You're going to have to either speak up into the microphone or turn the microphone on. One or the other, but we need to hear your voice. Is it just me, or can we not hear a fucking word?
I don't hear a word.
I don't hear shit.
No. You reckon? Yeah, when I woke up in 2005, it took me about a year to actually tell anybody. I mean, he's back.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yep.
Sorry. I don't know if you're just playing around, dude, or if you've actually got a fucking microphone that's working. Can you just give me a mic check, please? Just so we can work out if you've got a mic problem or not. Flick the mic. No?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, we can't hear you, dude. You're going to have to go out. You're going to have to go out and come back in again. Sorry. Continue, sir.
Yeah, so about 2006, I was like, you know what? I don't care what people think about me. So I started. My wife at first was like, okay, you're definitely flipped out. So I showed her all this stuff, and she's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know. But then I started talking to my family and friends, and they thought I was a loon ball. And then later on, things started coming. It's like, dude, how'd you know about that? I go, well, I don't watch sports, and, you know, I do research. I see something. If I don't agree with it, I'll write it down, and I'll actually do my own research on it. Is he back?
Yeah. I do my own research as well, but there's so much to research. I
Yes.
don't have all the time in the world, but
Yes.
I sometimes defer to other people because people that I look up to in like intellectual and spiritual wisdom, people like you, Richie, kind of, and you know, to teach me things. You have taught me things I didn't know before,
Right.
You know, about the Khazars and the different sects of Jews and stuff like that.
Yep.
Or small hats or whatever you want.
It's not I don't like the
12
term
tribes.
teaching.
Thanks
I
for
don't
the
like the term
welcome anyway.
teaching.
So
I don't
my
like the term
problem.
teaching because I'm not trying to teach anybody anything. I'm not a teacher, but
No.
hopefully I brought
Become
you
aware.
awareness to it. I made you aware. You became aware of things you were not aware of before.
Oh yes.
Right, and now you're aware
You
of
piqued
them,
my
and
interest.
that might even
Yeah.
help to shape the way you perceive what's going on now, because you have a greater awareness of what happened in the past, right? That's all that I'm trying to do, is just make people aware of what I've become aware of. Although I'm not doing a good job of it. I don't have all the references I should have. What I should have been doing is tucking all the references.
Well, we know you're
away
trying. We know you're
Over
trying.
the last 16 years, right?
Mhm.
All the things that
Doing
I've
it your own
seen,
way,
and
man.
whatever. I should be able to reference it all and give people links to videos and links to papers and links to whatever. I don't have.
Maybe you need your
shit.
own secretary.
All I've got is
Sexy
these
one.
perceptions that
He needs a
have been
big boob
built.
secretary.
Like 007.
No, that would be way too. Why would I want to? Why would I want to
Distracting.
introduce that distracting complication into a working environment, dude?
Suck my dick,
No,
Money Penny.
if I was gonna have a personal assistant,
Bad time.
do you know what? I think that's one of the things that AI is going to be good for, is being a personal assistant, just being able to file things and, you know, manage diaries and stuff like
Like an
that.
office
AI
assistant.
can do that, man. AI, and then I don't have to. And then I can just get a girlfriend.
Because when you say
You know?
personal assistant, you know, how personal do they get? You know, It's in
Right.
their
Well,
job
there's the personal assistant, and then there's the
Don't want them getting too personal, do you?
personal. Well, no, you could get a personal assistant, but you'd have to define that personal assistant, and it's not like you can agree on a salary, because then you're just employing a whore.
I'd settle the personal therapist. That would be.
Yeah.
That would
Do you
be
know
useful.
what? I'm going to settle with just being single. I'm not going to bother going out trying to find anything. If it like, if there's a it'll find me when I'm ready.
Yeah.
When it's your time, she will appear like magic.
I'm lucky I found my soulmate.
I said it, not she, because I'm not sure if it's gonna be. I'm not sure if
I'm not sure if it's going to be human.
in human form. We'll say in human form. Yeah.
I'm not dating aliens. That's a step too far.
I'm holding out for the blue chick on what's it called?
Farscape.
Avatar.
Farscape,
No.
yes.
Farscape,
No, what's her name?
She's
the one on
awesome.
Marvel.
Oh God, yeah. Or take your pick in the Marvel.
She can go any form you want.
The Marvel girls. I mean, even Gamora.
Mystique.
You know?
Mystique.
Gamora was a bit angry, but she's still cute. She's still got bumps in all the right places.
Why don't you make a video or do a live or something about feature your everyone's favorite, crushes, whether celebrity or not, and put pictures up and stuff
from childhood. Put pictures of your crushes from childhood and what they look like now.
Yeah, maybe. Well, that'd be a shocker.
It'd be scary. I think it'd be really scary.
Because I used to love Madonna, for example. I still like Madonna. I mean, I love her music, mostly.
Are you still physically attracted to her vessel?
I'm not sure anymore.
You're not sure anymore? She looks like a fucking... She looks like an alien. She looks like an alien that's been stung by a wasp.
Yep, a couple times in the face.
What happened? Plastic surgery?
Have you not seen the pictures of her? I showed one of them.
What happened?
It puts a picture of her,
Facelift.
a picture of Madonna, next a picture of her and a picture of Roseanne Barr next to each other, current day
Face
pictures.
drop,
and Roseanne Barr looks way hotter than Madonna.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard that. I saw that thing. I've heard that comparison.
Have you seen what Celine Dion looks like, man? She looks like the Wicked Witch of the West.
Do you know what? I actually feel a little bit bad for Celine Dion, right? Because I think the karma came back quick on her.
Yeah, it's all of that adrenochrome.
After doing her gender bollocks, right? She lost her voice completely. Like, she cannot sing like she used to anymore. It's impossible for her to sing like she used to. And I heard her, like they did a documentary with her and where she was trying to sing, and her voice is fucked.
I'm the greatest singer in the whole wide world.
Too many blokes.
She had an amazing voice, dude. When they released Celine Dion in the UK, there was nobody else. There were no other female singers at the time that had the vocal range and dexterity that she has, or she had back then. You know, like the vocal techniques that she was using. All we had up to that point was Bananarama and fucking, you know, we didn't have women singing with incredible voices. Elaine Page, right? Elaine Page wasn't incredible like Celine Dion. She had a good voice.
Blondie was good.
Blondie did not have a voice like fucking Celine Dion, right?
No.
But then after Celine Dion, I'm not
attracted to show off singers like that, like opera singers and stuff. I just don't. I just go, I'm not interested.
I don't particularly like.
I'm sure if I
like a really hot bird could get up on stage and start singing out in opera, and it won't affect me the same way as a really hot bird getting up and just singing like a country song or something.
Rock and roll,
you know?
Yeah.
Like Molly Tuttle, right? Molly Tuttle isn't super hot, but she is attractive. But when she sings and she plays guitar, she becomes fucking beautiful.
Yeah. Right? It's like Fiona Apple. She's another one.
Fiona Apple, I don't know what happened to her, man, but when her first couple of singles that she released, she was amazing, man. Absolutely amazing. What was that? Her debut single was just fucking brilliant, and she was sexy as fuck. But it was really fucked up because what she was singing about was really messed up.
Yeah,
Right,
she
well,
didn't come up with the words. They came up with the words for her to sing.
We have to mention it.
Yeah, but it was messed up what she was singing.
Yep.
Well, like self-deletion and shit.
Well, no, she was just like she was obviously fucking abused when she was younger, right?
Yeah,
But
that's unfortunate.
That's definitely the image that was portrayed really well.
Renee
by her.
Angelil took her under his wing at the age of 14. What do you think?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, shit.
Right? So she was singing about real life experience, and they were monopolizing it and capitalizing on it. And that's what they did with a lot of these young artists. Right? They gave them the fuel to fuel their
and groomed.
Yeah, they created.
They were groomed
their
for success from an early age.
Right.
And that included abuse.
All the songs that I wrote when I started writing songs, all the songs that I was writing were angsty, emotional, talking about pain, singing about pain and loss. I never wrote a happy song, right? So that was like, that's what everybody was singing about, though. That's what a lot of songs were about, was pain and loss and God, life's never going to be the same without you, and fucking I can't get over you.
Crying kind of sad songs.
And all they did, it's just getting people to dwell in melancholy.
Yeah.
Right, but
Negative,
disguising melancholy as
feelings.
Well,
beautiful.
And
ethereal. Other adjectives are available.
Yeah.
My mum's hot. Okay, she's hot. IDC. What does that mean? IDC. I don't care. I'm like, yes. So why don't they?
At least we understand the basic, the
children.
transformative nature, the power of music. So you can even use that.
It's basically MK Ultra programming at its finest.
Yep. Look at Stevie Nicks.
But it's all about the frequency, down to the frequency, right?
Yep.
If it's 420, then it's probably okay. And you're stoned, and it's 420 hertz. I'd say that probably
or 369 hertz.
That stacks up. Yeah. The Tesla. The Tesla number. 369.
OTW. Actually, no. Is that?
He's on it.
Oh,
did you hear kind of like a little whiz sound? Like
listen to you guys over on Frank's channel. Thank you very much for being here. If you want to continue watching, you're going to have to come over to my channel. Here is the link. It should go out to everybody. If you're on Frank's, so Majestica Madness, please do come over. Come over to my channel, and by all means come up and join us and voice your opinion. And your perception of what we're talking about.
Give us you're
very prolific. You're very prolific in the. It hasn't gone to Frank's. Why hasn't it gone to Frank's?
Where's Hank gone? Did he scare him away?
No, he just went.
He went AWOL.
He probably had somewhere else. Some other stream he needs to go on.
I can't. It's not showing it. Basically, what I'm saying to you guys is I'm just about to end the restream on Frank's channel because he's obviously
he hasn't been there for a while.
Gone. He's checked out. He's very drunk, so he might have fallen asleep.
Sleep it off,
actually,
Frank.
Here we go.
See you in the morning.
Like this.
Hey, Richie, can I help you with Ricardo's mic there? So you should put it on automatic volume. Probably that'll stop the clipping.
Dude, it's actually I've tried it. It doesn't make any difference.
I got clipping.
Yeah, it's because you're using your headset again, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm just using my phone.
Oh.
Just the speakerphone. I usually
Then take off echo cancellation and uncheck all the boxes because his mic is coming in too hot for the noise gate, the integrated noise gate in StreamYard.
Automatic readjust is off. Is that better? My heart. Am I not?
Right. No, leave it. Don't touch it. All right, let me do it. There we go. All right, because you're on your phone.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's still going to clip a bit. Don't worry about it. Like I said,
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a bit better.
Tell us what we're waiting for.
You know what? I have an idea. Maybe it's because you're speaking too close into the microphone.
Possible.
Too close. All right. I can put my mouth a bit
it actually might be that he's not speaking close enough, and it's struggling. The algorithm's struggling. I don't fucking know. I don't want to focus on it for too long, man. I
usually end up being
hold
able
the
to
phone
fix it.
in front of your face at 6 to 12 inches away, and speak towards the bottom of the phone, and it will be fine.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know what channel you're linked on, Majestic Madness, because I can't see your comments on Frank's channel, and that means you've either blocked me, or YouTube's fucking around, or you're not on Frank's channel. But basically, if you're on Frank's, I'm just going to shut it down for you guys. Sorry, man. But if you wanna continue watching, you're gonna have to come over to my channel.
Look up the 007 or the Magic Treehouse, and you should find us.
Yeah, it's on both channels, the Magic Treehouse and 007. King Stephen knows where I am, but I might have blocked him. I can't remember.
You blocked me for no reason.
I haven't blocked you. I never blocked you.
King Stephen did.
Oh, King Stephen, right.
When I went on his channel about 6 months ago, or more, or longer, it was just ridiculous. So I felt like he didn't even give me a fair chance. He just jumped to conclusions, probably the wrong ones.
What's unbelievable, Bongin? And I've got to turn my mic up. See, it's maxing out on the three little green things. It's maxing out when I'm talking.
Peak levels.
Maybe like I don't know, man.
Maybe it's the
I can
gremlins.
turn it up there.
Gremlins
then I have to turn it down on my ears. Truth over lies. King Stephen is the sanity machine.
Insanity machine, more like. You think he's a professional troll? Somebody said they thought he was a professional troll.
I think he's a professional prick, mate.
Yeah.
That's what he is. He's a professional prick.
He's not a king.
He's going to be a lonely old man when he gets older.
He's a lonely old man now, mate. He's he's got incredibly low self-esteem, and the only place that he does have this false self-esteem is on YouTube, and on social media, because that's where he can project the image that he wants people to see rather than who he actually is. Who he actually is a very damaged, shy, fucking little boy with who just wants friends but can't understand why everybody thinks he's a dickhead.
You can't keep him.
Can't even make him to begin with.
Yeah.
He's got no chance with me because he blocked me, so we can only talk on panels. But I tend to avoid him when he's on a panel.
Yeah.
He's an idiot.
Well, he doesn't like it when people make him feel like, you know, make him feel bad about himself, because either the person's more intelligent or more articulate or just a fucking nicer person, right? And so he'll do his best to then trigger that person and make the not so nice side of them come out. Because we all have a dark side, right? We all have. I mean, not everybody, if they're bullied, not everybody fights back, right? And some people have got so much control over their own egos that they're able to just sit there and not bother, you know, just laugh it off or whatever.
Well, their ego makes them wanting to get back, to get even, to be winning.
Well,
it's amazing how he lives in his own world, but there's hardly anyone in it. You know, there's not many people go to his channel. It's just a bunch of weirdos. You just cut for him and support him.
He's that kid that everybody picks on in the playground.
Yeah.
Actually, I think
I'm not going to be cruel. I'm not going to be cruel anyway. That's what he expects.
Right.
That's what he wants. Give him something else.
The only time he ever spends in my mind is when he comes in and he brings himself into it and brings himself onto my panel or whatever. That's the only time he actually enters into my fucking consciousness at all, because outside of here, he doesn't exist. He's nothing. He's nobody to me. Absolutely nothing.
It's not hardly you're ever going to bump into him anyway. He's in Canada. OTW might. Yep. But still,
I'd love it if he had the balls and the money to be able to come over here and come and introduce himself to me. I'd fucking love it. I'd love it.
Yeah, he's a king, like he said.
I know exactly what would happen.
Would it?
Right? I know exactly what would happen. Like I said, I'm not good or bad, right? I am what I need to be in the moment. I am what I need to be in the moment, and in the moment that might mean that I need what I do is not, you know, nice. And some people might say that you're bad for doing it, but in the moment, if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do, right? And in the moment, I don't think there would be any confrontation. I think that it would be smiles and that's it. That's what you look like in real life. How you doing, man? Shake hands. And dude, can you stop talking over me? You do that an awful lot. You do it an awful lot with people. I think it's because you've not got earphones on.
Maybe.
All right. I think it would be all fucking smiles and friendliness, because I don't think that he is a bad guy. I don't think he's a nasty. He might be a nasty person, but I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's just taken advantage of a situation, right? The fact that online you can be whatever you want to be, but in person you're gonna, you know. Now, I can read people, right? So I'll be able to read him straight away, and if I see him as a threat, I'll deal with him as a threat. But if I see him as a just a guy that just fucking, you know.
What if he's what if he's got a pointed stick?
I tell people I'll be a gracious host. I mean, I'll have you for supper. I'll feed you. I'll give you something to drink. You know, you want a place to sleep over the night. You know, I'll be a gracious host if you come to my door.
Playing on keyboard.
I mean, I do believe.
Go on.
Modern Men Lost again. I do agree that's why I was worried about the other name being mentioned over and over again earlier. Is that it's like Beetlejuice, man? You know, say his name 3 times.
Yeah, I'm the same here on YouTube. I'm here the same on YouTube as I'm on the streets. I don't play games. Yep.
Yeah, same as. Absolutely same as. I am. If you come here and meet me face to face, I'm exactly the same person face to face as I am online.
It's
I'm
easier
just
that way.
Me. Right. But there might be a different version of me. There are different versions of me depending on the situation, right?
Yes.
There's the version of me that responds to emergencies. The version of me that won't back down if that's what's needed, right? I don't. There's the version of me with my mum and my dad in front of my mum and dad, you know. There's different versions, but it's all part of me. It's all part of me. So whatever version of me is required in the moment.
Mm. You don't know what's happened. What Stephen's been through. He might have been through some abuse and trauma.
I'm absolutely certain, dude. I'm absolutely certain that in one shape or form, yes, in one shape or form, he has probably psychological more than actual physical. I think he's been bullied psychologically.
Mm.
He might have had a little, kicking around when he was at school and whatever. He was probably a podgy little thing, right? And he probably took a lot of flack for it, but I think it was more psychological. That's why he feels the need to put everybody beneath him, and he is the king.
You need to work on that ego.
It's just playground tactics. It's just childish, man. Yeah.
Hood Rich uses the soft A. What does that mean?
What's the soft A?
I don't know.
You got to placate. You got to find ways to placate your ego. Not destroy it, but just rise above it and realize you're much more than just that. Like Alan Watts says. You know, we're multi-dimensional beings. We exist in different dimensions at the same time. So,
hey guys, I got a dip. I have to go to the store, and I'm gonna stop my live in about an hour and a half.
You got a link?
Cool, Patrick.
You got a link, Pat?
I might jump on.
I'm not modded here. I can't drop links, but I can drop it in private chat. Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Cool, yeah. I'm just chilling. I'm gonna have a shower before I go out. I'm gonna meet some people and get some sunshine. A little bit too hard.
Well, I guess that means I'm wrapping it up then. If everyone's going to fuck off. Much love. Thank you very much for being here. And shout out to the chat room. Sute, Callum, you're going to jump up and talk to me, dude? Or am I shutting this one down? Unless Callum's going to come up, I'm going to... Or unless somebody else wants to come up and actually, have a conversation, I'm going to shut it down.
What about talking about the ego? I had problems with my ego that I didn't know I had a problem with. And then I started seeing myself in a different light, and I didn't like the old me, so I changed. I mean, I drive my car like an asshole, right? I'll be sitting at the intersection, some guy whipping around the corner, burn his tires out, and I looked and say, what an asshole. Then I go, oh, I was doing that 5 minutes ago, so I'm an asshole. I started waking up about, 45-ish, 47 years old.
It was probably, 2016, was when I started really looking at my own ego. Right up till 2016 onwards, and changing my opinion of stopping trolling people.
Yes.
Because I was getting trolled a lot, but I realized that I was also trolling, and I thought, I wonder if reality is just reflecting. So I stopped trolling people, and guess what?
Life got easier.
I stopped getting trolled so much.
Right.
I still get trolled, but just not as much.
Something to
At
do with the
all.
law of reciprocity, right?
Right, and also the law, like, so what you give out, you get back.
Yeah.
Give
Like
and,
my-
you know, like ask and you shall receive. Well, you reap what you sow.
Yeah.
It's like my karma ran over your dogma.
Well, your dogma ran over my ego. People repeat what they are and what they're all about. People, unfortunately, yeah, the whole, when we get into I am this and I am that.
I am whatever I choose to be.
And this is what I do, right? I am this and this is what I do. It's, yeah, I think we have to be more appreciative of the possibilities when you speak things. Right, the idea of actually speaking something into reality, and is that all you want to do? Is that all you want to be? You know, I am a guitarist.
Good start though.
I play the guitar.
You're not very confident.
Am I a guitarist? Sometimes.
You're an
sometimes
artist.
not. Right. I play the guitar. I am an artist. Right. I can be artistic, but am I an artist?
Now you're playing with your identity.
Only in a sense. Only in a sense, because I can be artistic, right, and creative, and and appreciate art and creation, and you know. So, what am I?
All of those things.
I
I'm more-
am. That's what. That's
you
all
are.
it is. I am. What am I? I don't know. A spiritual, physical being. A liability? I don't know. Dominico's back. Good to see you back, dude. Good to see you back. Thank you for coming back.
We are unlimited consciousness and awareness.
Are you though? Because can you say that you're fully aware? You're not fully aware. So how can you say that you are awareness? You're not fully aware.
But we are souls. Our souls are infinite.
Are they?
Limits.
Are they? We just think they might be. Hope they are. But can you prove it?
No.
No. So all you can do is either hope or feel that you know or believe. But there is no definitive proof. And that, I think that's the point. It keeps it open.
Pages, though.
Right, it keeps the possibilities open, and the possibilities being open is a clue, right? It's a clue to the to what is actual. So what is actual is whatever you make it. So if you want to, so in the days of the Spanish Inquisition, the Catholic Church really wanted to make it so that everybody was Catholic. So they went around burning people at the stake and doing all kinds of really terrible things to make everybody be Catholic. If you don't accept Jesus Christ into your heart, we will burn you at the stake.
The pagans survived.
You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't.
And then projecting that, right? Projecting that desire to take life if they didn't agree. They project that onto the Muslims over in Byzantine, you know, in the Levant. And they say, yes, that's what they're doing to us. That's what they're doing to Christians. If you don't convert and become Muslim, they chop your head off.
Or Constantinople. They ain't chopping anybody's chopping heads off anymore, are they? They're just programming us mentally.
I wouldn't want to
Propaganda.
I wouldn't want to put any money on that. I'm sure that the heads are being removed in the Middle East, whereas here, people are being removed in other ways.
That's because they're barbarians and they're not very technologically advanced, obviously.
Well, it's only small militias and stuff. Like it's a very tiny minority of fundamentalist extremists who have been programmed, right? They've been basically, all of the worst shit has been poured into their minds and into their hearts, and so they think that what they're doing is good. You've been very quiet there, Dominico. Dom. I'm just going to call you Dom.
That resonates even better. Thank you.
Dom DeLuise.
Enlighten us with your wisdom.
Well, we should learn to be gatekeepers in our thoughts.
Of our own thoughts, yes. Police our own thoughts. That's right. That's what I've been saying since 2016. That's how I cured. That's how I cured a 15-year depression, 16-year depression, was policing my thoughts, because it was my thoughts that were depressing me.
Yes, definitely. It's my problem was.
Depression is somewhat of an awakening to occur, hence rude awakening.
You might need to come a little bit closer to the mic, maybe.
Reading the chat now.
Sorry, guys.
Well, in your head, you got your conscience, and you got your ego. And I realized the ego was controlling my life, because it was easier to listen to my ego and have fun and not give a shit about anybody. And this world is my world. You know what I mean? Once I stopped that belief, and after waking up, I realized that was the first time I've ever been happy with myself.
But you're using words like ego and self. You know, people that grasp the concept of body consciousness realize that they're actually able to communicate with the ego, the body.
Right.
You know, but the self is just the ongoing program. That's like talking to what people call AI. There's the software version of it, and then there's whatever device it's running out of. But then there's also an external, a hard drive that's running it all. So again, that's the brain trying to communicate with the gut brain. That's where the ego usually works through. You know, where a person says, okay, do I use my body as a pendulum? Should I eat apples today? Should I be eating certain colors of food on a Tuesday opposed to a Wednesday? That's somewhat of awareness. You know, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to practice it, but at least you're aware of it.
Well, awareness is where everything begins and ends.
Right, I'm gonna Sute has dropped a link, right, and I'm gonna share it, but I'm gonna preface it. This is one rabbi, right, and I've heard one rabbi stand there and say all kinds of stuff on this so-called documentary about, Jewish influence, and it's like the Quran, like it's like the imams in in Islam. There are some imams who will just take these cherry-picked quotes from the Quran, right? They're cherry-picked to suit the narrative that they're trying to instill in these lads, to get them radicalized, to get them to commit atrocities, right? And to strap explosive things to themselves and go into crowds of people and do shit like that, because they'll go to heaven with 21 virgins and life eternal, just blissed out on alcohol and figs, right? They cherry pick little bits to formulate a perception of what the meaning is, or why we're here and whatever. And it's what's gone on. That's how they radicalize people, right? So what this guy's saying, I think there is an aspect of it, right? There are certain people within that group that absolutely feel like this, but reality or truth and what's considered to be real or truthful or reality is not necessarily what's actually going on, right? So this is the, let me share it. Say what?
Okay,
that's the title. Say what? Right, here we go.
A little clip.
Эзель, это день обрезания Ешки Пондрика, Висюлькина, акробатика. Акробатика обрезали. О, у нас это будет началом года. Так обрезание надо делать тоже. Эй, Папа Римский, сделай обрезание. Самое интересное, его никогда не существовало. Выдуманный персонаж. Его никогда не было. Мы придумали им эту чушь, чтобы забрать их от самых низких форм идолопоклонства. Написали им их устои, их законы, все написали мы. Евангелие, такое слово получилось некрасивое, от Матфея. Кто был Матфей? Какой-то Мотя. Или там какие-то еще есть. Все жиды. Кто вам все написал, мудачье? Верьте, дурачье. Чтобы вы хотя бы не делали такие гадости, как делает Хамас. Хотя Коран тоже мы им написали и подсунули этому Мухаммеду. Тоже еврей. Но они все перевернули. Главное убивать. Окей. Если Всевышний создает все в этом мире, ежемгновенно. Скажите, арабский народ он тоже создает? Вы знаете, что написано в обоих Талмудах, и можете полагаться на это? В Вавилонском Талмуде написано, что есть 4 вещи, которые Бог жалеет, что создал. В Иерусалимском Талмуде написано 3.
Let's remind everybody what the Talmud is, shall we? Talmud is a really fucked up translation by a small group of rabbis a very long time ago that was considered a fucking abomination and an embarrassment to Judaism until sometime in the 90s when they started teaching it to the boys. Not the girls, the boys.
Terrible book.
It's a disgusting translation, right? An absolute fucking abomination. And the people that have been taught by it and who wanna quote it, they're fucking wrong-uns to the core because they've not actually recognised what a disgusting abomination that is as a translation for the book of life, which the Torah is.
Yeah,
was supposed to be,
disgusting.
Right?
Talmud is disgusting.
And so is anybody like this disgusting fucking piece of shit, right? Anybody that's quoting it as if it's some sort of, oh, it's in the Talmud. Oh, it must be fucking true then, right?
Speaking of
some fucked up paedophilic fucking rabbi that wanted to bug 3-year-old boys, he decided what the fucking Torah meant, and that's like you were embarrassed by it in the 1980s. I remember being taught in fucking religious studies in private school that the Talmud was something that you do not talk about in a Jewish company because they are embarrassed by it.
Disgusting. And what, 9-year-old girls too?
Oh, dude, there's a thing. If you get a girl before her first blood, she's yours. You can marry her.
That's disgusting.
She's your wife.
That's disgusting.
It's sick what they fucking. The fact, right? That what's even sicker is the fact that society is just going, oh well, you know,
we're
that's just what they believe, isn't it? That's just what they believe. That doesn't mean that they're bad people.
Oh,
and you're anti-Semitic for saying that.
Yes.
Freedom of religion. What a religion.
Basically, I'm just going to reiterate what he was saying, Sute, rather than listen to the vile words coming out of the creature's mouth. Right? He's basically saying that all of the Bible and the Quran as well, all written by the Jews, and they've written our laws, they've written our religions. They basically they are the foundations of all of our society and beliefs and everything, right? And they're just kind of laughing at us for it because the stories that they fed us are just disgusting, but they're just stories to control the way that we behave.
We're the gullible.
And he was saying that that Muhammad, peace be upon him, was Jewish, and fucking they're all Jewish. Everybody was Jewish. And it's just another. It's more rhetoric that inflames anti-Semitism. If you think of anti-Semitic in the terms that they want us to think it, rather than what it actually means. Just because they've written it in a dictionary what it means, that's not what it means. They've written it in the dictionary to make people think what it means. But what it originally meant, what it actually is supposed to really mean, is what it actually really means, which means that Israel and the entire administration, everybody that's okay with the G-side that's going on, they are, by very definition, anti-Semitic.
Yes.
And it's a well-accepted and known truth that Zionists are anti-Semitic. So when you think that Israel is a Zionist state, and everybody that lives there knowing that it's a Zionist state, because back in 1934, Stalin created a non-Zionist state, and that's bigger than Israel, in Russia, purely for non-Zionist Jews. And nobody went there. They all went to fucking Jerusalem. They all went to Israel. They all chose Zionism.
But didn't the 12 tribes of Abraham come from Iran originally?
Do you know where they didn't come from? Eastern Europe.
Right.
They didn't come from Khazaria.
Yeah. 3,000 years they got into Israel.
One of the things that me and Rox we both came to the same conclusion at the same time. Right, which is why we know that we're on the same level, like we're definitely in the same room, looking at these things, and we both looked at each other and went, "No way." They just wrote themselves into history. You just write yourself into history, get everybody to believe that history is true, and that you've been around always. Like you control the narrative from the beginning. Write yourself into the history so that people think that you have some fucking right to something because it was promised to you or whatever.
Yep.
Right? It's crazy.
The way I see it, no one should be the chosen ones. We all are.
Right. This whole idea of being a chosen one.
Yeah, we're cattle.
Yeah, it's another tool to divide, man.
Yes.
Chosen by who? Chosen by what? You can say that somebody is chosen by it's all in the moment, right? So you have a situation where it's a country park and there's a big fucking lake and there's some kids playing around in a boat in the middle of the lake, young lads, and one of them, the boat, for whatever reason, capsizes and they start struggling because they can't really swim and they didn't put on their life jackets, and then some guy comes jumping out of his picnic and streaking across the grass and dives into the lake, swims over and brings them in and saves them because he was chosen at that time. He was the one capable of doing it. So he was chosen to do it. By who chose it? He did. He chose to be the one that would go out there and try and save those kids. Why did he choose? Don't know. Maybe he got a little burning in his heart. Maybe it was a thought in his, because the way it works for me is I have this little fucking thought that burns. I cannot ignore it. It's a burn, and it tells me if I ignore it, it's going to explode. Right? So I have to deal with it. And so is that God? Is that an angel? Is it a devil? What is it that's doing that? Where's that thought coming from? I don't know, but it's a good thing that thought's trying to make me do, you know? It's charity, when I feel really charitable towards somebody, because even though I've got nothing, I've still got more than them. You know, it's all relative, isn't it? Everything's relative.
Right. I don't know, just hypothetically thinking, what if these beings or spirits can enter us through our ego, and that's how they live? Because they have no body or no function or form, and they can live through the ego.
Right, which is, Dominic, do you want to, is there anything you want to say? Because I keep jumping in, and you're one of those chaps that would just sit there and wait for an appropriate pause for you to be able to say something.
Sure.
Do I need to be quiet for a sec?
If you don't mind.
Go ahead. You are still really quiet, dude. It sounds like you're sat quite far away from your microphone.
You got the floor.
Richie. Let me turn it up.
Have you got earphones on?
I got my headphones on, but they're usually wireless.
Right, you've got
Okay.
right.
Can
So
you hear me
you've
now?
got your headphones on. So I'm going to take your automatic mic volume off. I'm going to whack it right up to full. There we go. Give me a check.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, mate.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is about awareness. So when a monk, I'm using this as an example, and then our cross-reference this back to triggers. We can also cross-reference it to manipulation and veils. So now when a monk says they're trying to practice non-attachment, but yet they'll shave their heads and they'll wear the color purple, they're actually the furthest away from attachments. I mean, actually, they're closer to attachments than they are away from it. So now
they're attached to the idea of not being attached.
Well, the fact that they're shaving their heads and actually wearing purple, they're still attached. They're attached to the material. So when somebody says, go ahead.
No. Sorry, I'm just agreeing. Sorry.
Okay. So when somebody says they're a Jew, or they say that they're a rabbi, your spidey senses should go up, because that person is going to share you a lot of things that's full of shit. So now,
or Christian, or Christian,
anything,
or really whatever denomination.
Capitalism, communism, you should be a little suspicious, because if you're truly about questioning things, you should question thoughts. Now, the gentleman that was talking about being able, they're called walk-ins, by the way. We are actually walk-ins. But anyway, when you start hearing people talk about the Jews and all that kind of stuff, that's a distraction. Most of them already manipulated themselves. That is why they say, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Jew. It's when you start no longer getting caught up into being culted up. Then you become the observer of those things. And when I say observer, you can observe the external world, but you should be able to examine and observe the internal world. Something inside of you is always communicating with you. This is why some people, they have to learn in the sleep state to be in silence and stillness. Most people in the conscious state can't do that. You know, the concept of peace be upon you, silence be upon you. Because once you're in silence, you can do what's called meditation. You can listen inwards. What we do with each other is we hear each other. But unfortunately, we use a language, so we're breaking our silence to play the fool. So I'm going to start speaking out loud. Now, somebody might say, well, Dom, I don't understand you. I said, that's not your responsibility to understand me. You're the only person that's inside of that temple. So you should be able to grasp you, not your mother, not your father, not your wife, not your kids. It's you. You solely are designated into that vessel. Now, when the gentleman was drinking so much, you're actually moving that away, and then your ego's taking over. So this is why when people black out or go into a coma state, why is the body still functioning? Because it's its own consciousness. But the ongoing program, the self, is the one that actually says, okay, should I be working with the ego or should I be fighting with the ego? You should be working with it. But then again, you have to remember, your ego is always being entrained. That's why when children are around parents that aren't speaking things, but energetically they're picking up what their parents or their community is saying or doing. You know, but again, when a person starts saying to me, well, Dom, I'm a Jew, I said, wasted energy, because I already know I'm going to hear a story. You know, this is what the Jewish practice, you know, the chosen ones. Okay, so what? You met a demigod and they say, you're going to be the chosen one. If you follow me, I'm going to put you up on a lay. But if you don't follow me, I'm going to strike you down. Is that the chosen one you want to be? You know, the enslavement of teaching people to be slaves is the same enslavement to teach somebody to be a master. Then you go inwards and say, but I don't want to be either. Now you're able to observe the game for what it is. I use the word game because it's like playing chess. Are you worrying about winning or losing, or you just want to observe the game and say, you know, this is interesting. I wonder what Richie's doing over there, watching me move the king piece. I wonder what the other gentleman's thinking about, thinking, okay, is he going to win the game? Meanwhile, nobody's asked me, Dom, do you care about winning? No, I don't give a damn about winning. I'm observing it. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just going to agree massively, and like I feel like that's what I've in the last few days I've been trying to observe again, which is why King Stephen yesterday, you know, congratulations, he managed to make me lose that state of observation and jump into my ego, let my ego get out there and fucking square up to the camera, and you know, and get angry and triggered, agitated, wanting to knock his head off, right?
So he gifted
because
you something.
For a moment I forgot myself.
But he gifted you something.
Say again.
He gifted you something unaware. It tells me that somewhere inside of you, there's certain little things that are still there. We can always put on a persona. I could tell people, I said, yeah, you're not seeing whether I have pocket aces or I have twos. But again, when a person basically triggers somebody or tries to trigger you, it'll determine whether or not you're staying true to yourself.
Right, this is no. Well, see, the thing is, I feel that I'm still true to myself, right? Because what he triggered was my insecurity in myself, because I've lost a heck of a lot of weight. So I'm not. I'm definitely not the lean cut fucking machine that I was 15 years ago, right? And he pulled on that lever and push those buttons, talking about how skinny I look and all that. And the thing is, my camera doesn't do me any favors at all, and I just went with it because I thought, well, this is all part of the humbling the ego and everything, right? It's part of why when I lost my appetite, for a part of me thought that was actually training. I was training, and it wasn't just training getting used to not eating, it was training getting used to not looking, you know, not feeling like I look fucking great when I look in the mirror, because I was used to looking in the mirror and going, damn boy, you're a fucking machine.
Vanity.
Right? Vanity, because, you know, when I was 95 kilos of pure lean cut muscle, ripped, yeah, that I didn't mind getting my fucking shirt off. I'd be sat here in a wife beater, everybody look at my fucking arms, right, and my shoulders. But that's not me now, because me now is just this really, you know, the muscle's all still there. It's just not. It's not doing anything. It's gone into a state of apathy. It's not gone into atrophy, but it's gone into apathy. When it's woken up again, it's got beautiful memory, and it wouldn't, like I keep saying, it wouldn't take me long. But the thing is, if I'm going to train, I need to increase my protein intake, and that costs money, right? And so I'm just not in the situation to be able to do that right now, and I'm good with that. But he triggered me yesterday, made me, you know, I was like, don't think because I've lost a lot of weight that is going to affect in any way, shape or form how effective and powerful I am when it comes to stepping up. You got yourself. You know?
Yep.
So can I ask a question, Richie?
Yeah.
Is that about image?
Yeah, but I think so, yeah.
Okay, so knowing that, when you look in the mirror, is that the image that you're talking about? This is about veil. This is about veil.
The physical appearance, right? I'm not super happy with my physical appearance when I look in the mirror, so I tend try not to look in the mirror too much. And when I'm looking at the screen, I'm looking at your avatars or your cameras or whatever. I try not to look at me too much, because all I'm seeing is bone and skull.
In the screen. when it's turned off.
Say that again, dude.
Don't you ever catch your reflection in the screen? You know, when it's turned off.
Okay, so
No, I've got matte screens. I've got matte screens that don't reflect like that. You can't see reflections of anything.
So where I'm going with this, Richie, is when you're talking about something that was a while back, you're talking about memory. That's the image that most people are unaware. What you're really seeing is a constant aging of the vessel. Now, whatever you were doing way back then, kudos to you, whether or not you had a mental, emotional, and physical diet going on. But when you're looking in the mirror today, that's all you've ever had. But the image that you're talking about, again, is a recording. That's a different image.
It's not an accurate image, is it? It's the image I had of myself back then.
Memories.
You go back to your prime, back to your glory days.
Yep.
We all do.
But then we're trying to correlate that with the physical.
My prime was only my physical prime, right? It wasn't my emotional or intellectual prime. It was my physical prime.
Yes.
Hence why you should question thoughts. Because
I think I'm approaching my prime now, as far as maybe intellectually or emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
Spiritually, yeah. I mean, I think I've still got a long way to go spiritually. You know, nobody's come down and and said to me, nobody's appeared out of nowhere and said to me, "Congratulations, Rich, you passed. You got it right. Now the rest of your life's going to be easy." You know, because actually, I don't think anything's going to be easy. I think if my life's going to be worthwhile, the last thing it's going to be is easy.
Well, when it comes to Christ consciousness,
Say that again, Dom.
When it comes to Christ consciousness, when people talk about developing their emotions, they have to go back and use the recording between the age of 7 and 14. That's when most emotions are being set, hence childlike behavior. But for most people, when they get older physically, they're talking about their recording and say, well, I'm very mature. I said, only if you test yourself. You know, so how many people will be triggered when somebody gives them a compliment? Say, what a nice suit. And they'll say, oh, thank you. I said, oh, so you accepted that. So if I start saying it's an ugly looking car, are you going to be upset about that? That's where most people's triggers are, in the positive part, the action part, of the masculine part. But for a lot of folks, they really don't want to lift those veils. What they want to do is want to go back into a recording and say something, I became aware in 2005. Awareness is awareness. That has nothing to do with the timeline.
You can just say in 2005 I started to become more aware.
Then the question would be, who is it? Who's the one that became aware?
Yeah.
I started meditating in 2005, and that shit works.
Because my meditation. The first thing about meditation is quieting the mind. Right.
Yes.
Stopping the babble and the white noise that's just constant. Because I still maintain and feel I can testify to the fact that not all thoughts are our own.
Well, can I tweak that a bit there, Richie?
Yeah.
It's not the mind. The mind and the brain are two different things. You're actually going into the mind at that point. When you're in meditation, you're listening inwards. This is where people that can go beyond the mind, meaning that once you're born or birthed into that form, meaning that once it comes out of the vessel, you jump into the damn thing. You weren't in the womb. But again, that's tough for people to go inwards to figure that out. What ends up happening is you're becoming conditioned. Everything is already in the mind. That's why when we say the word, you're in life opposed to it's my life. You're in life. It's called the breath of life. You're in it. So once you become aware of it, people say, okay, well, I had a near-death experience. I said, you had a near transformation? Sure, good for you. You know, at that point, you're going to realize what is the light. Yeah, again, we're trying to give words to describe the undescribable.
Well, light casts shadow when matter's involved, right? When if physical matter is blocking the light, it casts shadow, and then you have duality.
Mm-hmm.
Right, between the light and the dark.
Yes, but you don't get a shadow from the darkness.
No, darkness doesn't cast a shadow. Right.
Yeah. But from the light, yes, from the light.
But what is darkness? It's not a thing. It's just the lack of something. Darkness is simply the lack of light. isn't it? Or is it?
Well, it's like black and white. Well, black encompasses all colors. It's the unknown that manifests itself into the known. So the light is the known. So for example, you can use your senses. You can see a lot of things. You can hear a lot of things. But again, the senses are very limited. It's when you realize it's not the light that's illuminating from what's called the sun and the moon. That's another thing. Those are images. But again, most people are going to say, yeah, but it's made out of what? No human's ever gone up there, unless that's an intuitive information and say, okay, the moon is made out of this, Saturn's made out of this.
It's made out of cheese, man.
It could be. It could be. Right?
Monster.
Get some wine with that cheese. But again, one of those things where people say things like, I'm a Virgo. No, you're under the sign of Virgo.
Right.
It's the wordage that tells a lot about another person. They're revealing themselves to others, hopefully that they're aware themselves. That's why when somebody tries to trigger you and you don't accept it, it's a gift going back to them because they're just projecting. I'm projecting right now. I'm just talking out loud. What other people do with this information, that's for them to figure out, because I already know I don't own language. I get to wield it, but I don't own it. Because if that was anybody here creating,
and that's why we've kind of been we've been shackled a little bit, because the language that we have to be able to describe what we're feeling or what we've not been given the right or enough words. We've been given the wrong words to be able to describe, because every word has got a narrative and a perception attached to it. All these words have got stories attached to them. Mm-hmm. So when you use certain words, it conjures images. It helps to solidify perceptions, or it helps to form perceptions. Like if you're saying spirits or you know what I'm saying, don't you, Dom?
No, you get it. The fact that you brought in the word image, it's like when people tell me about a story like the Bible or the Quran or whatever. I said, okay, so how did you read it? From left to right, right to left? Did you read it in a scroll form or book form? And what language did you read it in? It's like if you want to, comprehend things like philosophy, the whys. Greek is a better language because it's a comprehension frequency. Sanskrit would be a healing language. English is a meaningful language. The Empire uses that language, where you can use many words to describe the same thing, and it has many different meanings. But what's the energy behind this? Again, most people will use numbers, plug and play, but they're not going to understand what's the energy behind 440 and 432, and let alone when they add up. Number 8 is a material number. Number 9 is a spiritual material number. Again, that's energy. For a lot of folks, they say they go inwards, but what they're really trying to do is, well, I'm trying to ignore the mind. I said, but you're going to allow the upper brain to keep chattering? Let alone address the gut brain. This is where intuitive, insightful, that comes to play. But for most people, they use their upper brain. They want to be very scholarly and scribe-wise, which it's an entrainment. The word mint gives it away, by the way. Government
there is a form of gut sense that is linked to the ego, and it's trying to predict the future, right? Causing anxiety. When anxiety is caused because you're in your mind, you're playing out lots of bad situations that haven't happened, right? And it causes anxiety in your gut. And you get, IBS, and your gut starts churning because of what you're thinking, right? Mm-hmm. That's not a gut feeling that should be listened to. There's the gut feeling that's linked to your heart, and there's the gut feeling that's linked to your brain, to your subconscious, just the part of you that worries. Right.
Well, when they talk about Kabbalah, you're receiving information through the gut from the mind. And then what happens is the gut can communicate through the blood to the heart, or it can communicate with the upper brain. This is where the king and queen sits. This is where the concept of thinking and logic comes from. But unfortunately, more times than not, that anxiety is coming from the upper brain by saying, well, that doesn't make any sense. I said, well, this is not about the sense. This is why when women, because they're preset, they can actually reproduce another offspring, reproduce, not create, but reproduce an offspring. This is where most of them are preset with the idea that their gut brain is already intact. Men have to work at it. This is why they have to get into their feminine energy. And even that, you have to be a student at that point. For most men, they go to school to get indoctrinated. And even that, they get caught up in their masculine energy. And I said, okay, but are you going to merge that energy? And once you merge it, then you say, okay, so this is not about males and females. No, that's more of a physical thing. Which, hey, I'm not here to take away from the physical. But unfortunately, it's limited. It's a mortal form. And this is why most, sorry, give a second, Richie, please. This is where most people get caught up in morals. Let's play by certain rules so that we don't totally offend this vessel. Even though most of us have, we don't grow foods anymore, we don't go hunting anymore, but yet we bitch and complain about governments, or we bitch and complain about religion, or whether or not the Earth's surface is flat or it's globe. That's more anchoring of this realm.
Yeah.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to articulate about the consciousness, right? Our consciousness is not of this physical realm. It's the part that is traveling through this physical realm and witnessing and experiencing this physical realm, but it's not actually from this physical realm. The body is part of this physical realm. So this, we are in the world, not of it. Well, you are not your body. Your body is just the vessel that you use to navigate this duality. And duality is something that is taken care of naturally, automatically. It's already done by the body, because within the body we've got our sex, male or female. We've got left and right. We've got on and off. You know, we've got positive and negative charges within the body. The way the vessel actually operates is this positive, negative, fucking, you know, positive and negative ions. So that duality is being taken care of already by the physical body. The mind, the consciousness, doesn't need to play those games of duality. It's just traveling through, right? It's not there is no male and female. There's no what's it called? Organic sex. I don't want to say gender, because gender, as far as I'm concerned, is something that refers to language. The Romance languages in particular.
Right. But you know, I think the body is a temporary vessel to incarnate the spirit. But it's just a shortest journey. But the memories and the impressions, they last, they continue into the next incarnation. That's why people can sometimes remember their past lives. It goes back far deep, so deep.
There's villages in India where they've kind of proven it, with children born in the village next door that have got memories of a life in the village, in the other village, and they've got memories that they couldn't possibly have, where they remember things hidden behind loose stones in the brickwork at the back of the farm, or shit like that, where the things that they really shouldn't know. And the only thing that actually makes sense is, maybe that consciousness or that soul actually was incarnate in a different vessel, right? Yep. And we know that the elites in certain circles of the elite families, they believe in reincarnation. They believe that, right? They want to believe that they can transfer human consciousness into a computer, because they recognize human consciousness is like it's separate to the body. It's not part of the body, and they still can't explain how it's attached to the body. What if human consciousness is actually the soul? And we call it human consciousness, and that's just another label, calling it human. What is human? Organic vessel with 2 arms and 2 legs.
Carbon-based life form. That's what we are.
This has been a deep one today. I enjoyed it. It's been good.
It's like the YouTube guy, that boy from Mars named Borska. Did you see that one yet? His past life, he used to live on Mars, and something happened on Mars, and he describes, go on.
Dude, no, go on, finish. I shouldn't interrupt you. Carry on.
And there's also another one. It's called Flyboy. This kid grew up loving airplanes, and he knew that he was in an airplane accident and crashed in the ocean with his plane. And he goes to a air show, and he's like, "Yeah, Mom, this is the airplane I was in." Then he talked to an old guy that flew those planes, and he knew these people's names that this kid knew. It's just the stories that you hear on the internet. You're like, wow, it makes you wonder.
So I got triggered straight away by the Mars, right? Yeah, he remembered a life on Mars, right? And I got triggered by it straight away because the word Mars conjures these images given to us by NASA and this idea given to us by Elon Musk that we can actually go to Mars and it's an actual place, a material planet outside of this fucking galaxy, or outside of this this Earth realm at least. And I've got, but I think that Mars could actually be a different continent that we don't know anything about.
Okay.
Right? Could be land beyond
Yes.
beyond the known, in the
Right.
unknown to the collective, us
Beyond
being
the
the collective, right? To the peons, we're just the little peons, right? Might be known to the elites, to these families that control everything and have got fucking bases in Antarctica and all of this. Maybe they know, but I think Mars could very well be just a different continent that we don't have absolutely no awareness of, and so maybe he did live a different life on Mars. But Mars is actually down here on this Earth plane, and not out there in the stars. Because what better way to misdirect people, right? If you have something that you don't want people to find, the last thing you're going to do is point towards it. You're going to point in the opposite direction. You're going to say, "Oh, yeah, I've heard about that.
Right.
It's all the way over there, man. About 800 billion miles. 800,000 billion trillion miles that way, right? That's where it all is. Down here? No, it's not down here. It's not anywhere near Antarctica. No. And by the way, don't go anywhere fucking near Antarctica, okay? Don't go anywhere, none of you go anywhere near Antarctica, or we'll be there with our fucking guns and our boats and our armies to offer you either a life or death situation. So don't worry about Antarctica. There's nothing there. That's just all snow. Under the ocean, don't worry about that. That's all. Yes, like we've explored more of the moon apparently than we have of the ocean. But just don't worry about that. Don't worry about what's under the ocean. That doesn't matter. Look out there. Oh, look, space. Oh, look, that's a comet. That is. That's an asteroid. That's it's hurtling towards us. Keep looking out there, for fuck's sake. Don't look down here. Am I wrong?
No. But this is all the stuff that they fed us since we were kids.
And also, I think there can be an element of somebody that really desperately wants to be noticed has realized that, hey, if I tell a story about being having a life on a different planet, that might get me some attention. Right? People that, like, all of us deserve attention. We all deserve for people to know that we're here and to notice us and whatever. And dude, I don't want to see your fucking nipples. I mean, it's very hard to because you're such a fucking hairy ape, obviously. But I don't need to. Yeah, just put a t-shirt on, Chewbacca, will you? Yeah. So, what was I saying? Yeah. So, everybody deserves to be recognized and noticed and appreciated, and you know. So I think it's natural for a certain type of person to kind of just run away with their imagination a little bit, and yeah, man, yeah. I remember my previous life, right? I was a fucking general in the Civil War. I remember it, right? I remember my previous life. I was Lucifer. I had a bit of a problem, right? Because you know, like I'd been around for a long time, and then God creates this fucking silly little squidgy thing out of the clay and tells me that I need to bow down to it and fucking respect it because it loves it more than me even. And I was like, what the fuck, man? I've been here for thousands of years. Like, what's going on? I thought I was your boy, God. I thought I was your boy. I'm sorry, I'm just being really stupid now. That's where my mind goes, though. That's where my mind goes sometimes. Like, all right, let's try and put myself in the fucking mindset of what we've been told is the biggest villain of them all, the origin of sin and lies. Let's see, like, put myself back there in that time, according to that narrative, according to those descriptions, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 ex-girlfriends tell me that I'm fucking Lucifer. You are fucking Lucifer. You're a fucking heartless cunt, Lucifer robot. Fucking rah rah rah. Right? Because there would come a point in the argument where I'd just go, yeah, do you know what? I can't be fucked to be emotionally attached to this right now. Click, and I just switch off all emotional attachment to anything, right? And in that moment, I don't give a fuck about anyone or anything. Just get the fuck away from me. Stop speaking. I don't want to hear anymore. I don't care. Cry. Do whatever you want. I don't give a shit. Go and kill yourself. I don't fucking care. All right? Just stop speaking and go somewhere else, or let me go somewhere else. And they'll be, you're fucking Lucifer. Maybe in that moment, but then a girl that I really connect really well with, and we hit it up really well, and she goes back to England, and then she phones me up and says, "Oh my fucking God, you're Lucifer." I was like, "What?" She said, "Yes." When I spoke with my English, you know, and I'm my private school version, the man that. that I know that my mother wished that I'd become, you know, and I'm speaking like this, and she said, "You sound just like Lucifer." I was like, "Wow, what? That's 3 times now. People have called me Lucifer. Maybe what if my soul is Lucifer? What the fuck? But I'm still me. But who am I? What if I'm carrying the soul of Lucifer?" I've thought about that so much that I've thought, well, that'd be ultimate fucking poetic justice, wouldn't it? You cause all the shit and then get reincarnated over and over again as this human that can't do shit, just has to reap the benefits, reap the rewards, you know, reap what you sow. Here you go, Lucifer, Satan, whatever. This is what you caused, now live it with no power to do anything about it. Be absolutely powerless to change it. You have to live out the consequences of your actions.
The ultimate reincarnation. Station.
Backstage comments.
I'm having a shower soon, guys. I'm going out for a walk. Man's got to do it. Man's got to.
How did you leave backstage comments? You weren't in the green room. Do you just mean comments? Truth over lies.
They came in and left.
They came in. Right, hang on.
It's an old comment.
Ah, that's Gary. Right. Gary Garner. Hi Rich, would you consider doing a 2-man panel with just me and you one day in the future, just for half hour or so, please? Gary, you don't need to throw me shekels to do that, dude. And please don't call them shekels. Please, can we get away from that? Can we just say dollar? I need a dollar. Right? Yeah, but you don't have to give me money to do that. We can do that anyway, man. Oh, I hope I haven't missed him. I didn't even see any of these comments. I'm not very good at looking at comments because it kind of distracts me, and I lose my coffee money. Coffee. Or well, actually, so yeah.
It's time for another coffee. And
on that note,
the world is a crazy place right now, and if you're like me, you're looking into the future and thinking, what the hell am I gonna do? Money is obviously incredibly important, so the best thing you can do is to donate to 007 now.
Oh, I need the toilet. It's been 4 hours and 40 minutes. And I really need the toilet. I just realised that my bladder's actually what's making me feel really uncomfortable and a little bit sick. This is going to be, one of those times when you go to the loo, and it's like just as you're just about you're not, but you've managed to hold on for this long. But once you've decided to go to the toilet, you have to fucking run there. And then when you do, eventually you start peeing, and then it's like 5 minutes later, and you're still pissing like a horse. It's like, fuck, I thought there's only like 500 millilitres maximum in the fucking bladder, and I appear to have 1.5. Anyway, you guys, can you carry on chatting amongst yourselves, or
sure,
I can leave you.
Flatten your bladder so you feel gladder.
Yeah, that'd be cool. We won't start World War III. That'd be silly.
What? No purge? We're not going to have a purge?
No peace and love, and technology stuff.
Peace comes in many forms. You could be silent, or a bullet in the back of the head will get the same result. I say that jokingly.
People that, like religious people, they're often dreaming of a perfect life ever after death. Ever like after they die. This is what they're looking forward to going to heaven, kind of thing. I suppose it should be, but they're willing to fuck up their own and everybody else's life around them in order to get there. That it just seems a bit twisted.
So how would we have that conversation with somebody that if we ask them, so where's heaven?
That's a really good question.
It's a question for them to figure out, because the ones that preach it, it's like, okay, so where's heaven, let alone hell, even though we say the word hello, so that might give it away a little bit. But I get it. It's no different when somebody talks about state. How does capitalism look? How does commerce look? It's always good to ask a person a question, because if they're going to try to defend a position, I would hope that they've at least questioned it for themselves first.
Yeah, true.
Because it's not about religion. Go ahead.
No, but I'm afraid of religious fanatics, because you know, they can be dangerous.
Yes.
And they've done lots of really bad things in the past. And
Is that not revealing human behavior then?
Yes.
Yes, but their God doesn't actually exist.
Maybe. Give them the benefit of the doubt. It does. Give them the benefit of the doubt if it does, because unfortunately, there's been more damage in other things. So the main dogma is not. I was going to say the main dogma is not religion; it's commerce. Most people will do a lot of hideous things for commerce.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so whether it's science, state,
those bad things will create really bad karma for them in their lives and the people around them, and that will eventually have, if they keep at it for long enough, it'll have knock-on effects to the point where they either, you know, something really bad happens to them, say a really bad accident, or they might go to prison for the rest of their life. I don't know, but
it could be. It's not for us to judge. You know, I've been in a lot of groups, whether it's humanism, atheists, Christians, Muslims. They're all a funny bunch because they're trying to promote a particular view, which is their views to hold if they want to, but yet try to prophesize by saying my view is better than yours. How so? You know, it's always good to ask people questions.
Because I got religion behind me that tells me so.
And at that point, you're right. It is hypocrisy. But then again, how many people will say that they're an American in Canada or Canadian and say my country's the best? How would you know? Have you gone to other countries? And if you have, just the major cities? You know, again, we forget to stay in our own lane, and then we can share with each other, like, you know, sharing over a fence. But it's when somebody says, Dom, but my way's better. I said, hold on, let me go get some popcorn because you're
a lot of that. There's a lot of that. Me, I just stay humble. That's all I can do.
Position. It's a good position to be, and you know, and then you have the beginner's mind at that point where you can take in all kinds of information and say, well, that's interesting. What can I do with that? Probably nothing, but you know something? It's good to actually have it. Maybe I'll pass it forward.
Yes.
But religious people have been conditioned, no different than people that value state or science. You know, it's always fun when I hear somebody say, well, empirical evidence. I said, okay, wait a second here. People are observing the luminaries in the skies and nobody's truly experienced it. That's not empirical evidence. Observation plays a role in it, but you also have to experience it. You can only do that on the physical. And most science people, if they want to be honest with themselves, they're full of shit. They're dishonest with themselves. But yet they'll preach it over and over again.
Mm-hmm. They just repeat it, don't they? Lots of them. They just repeat what everyone else says. It's like consensus reality for the left wokies. I don't know.
As long as you keep the dogmas around, you know, hey, let me attack the religious folks. I'm like, okay, well, why don't I attack all the other dogmas? If I'm going to play that game, I must bring them all in the same room. You know, but it's interesting, you know, you talk to somebody that's a Muslim. I said, okay, that's nice. You're a Muslim. Why do you only pray to Mecca? Didn't you also used to pray to Petra one time? What do you mean? I said, so you're not even aware why you guys even pray and to what direction, let alone telling a Christians or a Catholic. I said, okay, so you follow the Roman Catholic state and religion. How does that serve you?
Who was Petra then, the god of stone?
Petra used to be the economic hub a long time ago before they actually started pointing towards Mecca. Obviously, you guys know it's the cube. You know, we could literally be in a cube, but then again, how would that serve you if all of a sudden me and you got sent up high enough to say, yeah, we're living in a cube? How the heck would we explain it to the rest of the folks?
Megatron's cube.
You got it. You know, again, I like to speculate. I love speculating, but I'm very grounded. So when I'm going to speculate, I already know, okay, so how does this serve me in the physical form? It doesn't. It's entertainment. You know,
it's good to have an open mind.
Sure, it always is. Open mind, a receptive mind, many variations of mind. But unfortunately, for a lot of people, they want to debate. I said, you know something? You know what? You know the one good thing about debating? It's like masturbating. It should be done alone. But we can share with each other, you know. And then when somebody wants to share, go ahead. But once we want to share with each other, the best, my version now, the best type of respect I can do to another person is hear them out. Me saying I agree or disagree disrupts the energy. It's of no concern to me to agree or disagree with another human being. That's their journey. If they feel as though they're doing something to harm me, I'm going to move myself out of their way. Why? Because I really don't want to incur karma.
Mm-hmm.
But even though I'm participating in it, guys, I drive a car. That's noise pollution. I'm an electrician by trade. I'm lining houses and buildings with electrical wire. That does a lot of havoc to the physical vessel.
Yeah.
But as long as I'm in the crazy house with the rest of us, I got to earn money. Now, my buddies will say jokingly, Dom, I'm making money. I said, time out. You're making money? I'm going in your basement. Do you need some ink?
Yeah, I'm an electrician also.
Well done. Well done. No different today. People are probably computer people. It's a trade. It's a craft. No different than people back in the days were tent makers or butchers. It's just a craft, and we're all participating. And it's always fun when somebody says, but mine's better than... Okay, this ought to be fun. Carry on.
Nope. Now, when I was a kid, I had this mechanical ability. I just knew how things worked at a young age. So that's the only thing I can think I brought over from my past life.
Mm-hmm. Well, lifespans, incarnation. Like, to me, I value the concept we're in life, hence the breath of life. That's the most vital thing. I fast long enough to realize, okay, I can go so many days without food. I've gone without liquids for at least three days. But when it comes to breathing, I'm not a DC diver, so 2-3 minutes at the most. Even that, I'm pushing it. So that tells me I know what's the most important thing.
Right.
But for a lot of folks, it's a given. Well, Dom, you know what I'm talking about. I said, no, I want to hear you. How do you perceive things? It's nice to hear other people's perceptions. It's usually when they try to convince people, but this is the way it is. I said, well, now you've just made it interesting now. Tell me how the sun and the moon stays up there. Tell me how the mountains came to be. Well, I don't know that, Dom. Okay, now you're humble again. Well done.
Right.
This is a great opportunity in these particular platforms to share with each other. I get it. You're going to have people that are going to be professionals at being a narcissist or a sociopath or a psychopath.
Yeah, the narcissists. Wow.
But hey, we all have those kind of traits in us. Pushing comes. It's always fun to experience it. I just tell my buddies, I just don't want to go pro.
Right.
It's nice to chat with you guys. You're not, neither of you are regulars, or, well, I haven't seen you. You're on here like for a long time, but maybe you've been watching for longer than I thought. But it's really good to have you here anyway.
Mm-hmm. I think I've seen you, Ricardo, on Jeff's channel once in a while. Janet's Jeff.
Yeah. He's a good friend. I like his channel a lot.
Yeah, he chooses to be a good host. Other people allow it. It's like, having a party. If I'm a host of a party and it's a crazy party, the ones that are trying to be a little bit more organized, I said, you need to leave. Maybe next party it'll be more organized and the crazy people can leave. So,
yeah, he's got boundaries, but he's open-minded like us, but he has his own boundaries and his own sort of feelings about people. So he deals with them. Partially if he has to.
Well, he should. Whether people know it, the people that have channels have signed documents with the YouTube, and you can be held accountable what goes on your channel, whether in panel or in chat. It's just people don't realize, okay, but wait a second, Dom, what they're going to do strike me? I said, no. When they start rolling out the credit system, you'll see a little bit more what they're actually trying to do.
Yep.
And we're openly talking publicly about this kind of stuff. That's the fun part.
Social credit score.
There you go.
I've had my channel for over 15, 20 years now, and it's never been struck. So
you probably fall under the boundaries. You probably keep it clean, Ricardo.
I try to.
Mm-hmm. My wife had a channel, 27K. She talked about like health stuff, fermenting foods, healing elements, like, playing with singing bowls and Reiki. Then she started doing political stance. Her channel got taken off. Gone.
True. People stick to their specialties. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, feed the masses things that are healthy and all that. But once you start talking about other things, they're saying you're getting traction. That is when they actually start making you a concern. When you start getting traction, think about the gentleman like Prince. He started making traction, when he started talking about chemtrails and all that kind of stuff. And people forget, when you sign a contract with certain organizations, you're held accountable. It's like joining the mafia. If the people that are go ahead.
What happened to Krent? Why do you know why how he died, or what was the story?
Couldn't tell you publicly. And even that would be speculation at that point. But it's like a lot of folks. You start talking, they do that in China. They report that some billionaires just disappear.
But it's when they know they've got influence, that they've got a certain amount of followers. They probably feel like their obligation is they've got an obligation to spread some good messages.
Unfortunately, Ricardo, the masses are always going to be asleep. It's not about removing somebody because they're going to get traction, meaning that the masses are going to get it. No, it becomes noise for them. And so, listen, what's easier, to actually stomp this guy or just remove them? Because most people are indifferent. They literally have to stage things on media just to get people to make any lives matter.
Yeah.
That's why they do all the drama. Hey, let's put a guy like Donald Trump. We prepped him up 20 years earlier by putting him in WWE or The Apprentice. These are all staged. Of course, we are in the world of stage. But for folks, they think that, okay, well, I finally figured it out. Okay, what did you figure out?
Ready, smoke, stage, bread and circuses.
Yeah.
And clients.
Whether it's sports, TV, music, Now, the question would be more or less, because you hear people say, I want to leave this realm. Why'd you come in here in the first place? That would be a question to ask oneself. Why have I chosen birth?
When I get depressed and listen to like Nirvana and stuff like that, emo music, I used to think, why have I been? I didn't ask to be born, so what? But I don't. I realise that that's just kind of like emotional dysregulation, whatever, and I don't. It's not healthy. So
I have to jump in here.
I don't think that shit anymore.
I have to jump in here.
I didn't want to be born. I don't think.
I have to jump in here, dude. Right? No, because you, as you think you are now, the one sat there saying I am and I didn't, right? You didn't even fucking exist. You didn't even exist. When you were born, you, as you are now, didn't exist. This is who you are now. The ego didn't exist. Now, we can argue that the soul did, and the spirit and whatever, and that you've been reincarnated, and that existed. Right? But that's not the one that's sitting here talking to us now. The one that's sitting here talking to us now is the version of Ricardo that has control of Ricardo right now. The version of your persona and your character that you allow to express and project, right? To project your own perceptions and vision, whatever, your own take on what's going on. So saying I didn't choose to be born, well, no, because you didn't exist, so you couldn't choose to be born. But what if your soul did? What if your soul, already knowing what the trials and tribulations of your life would be, said, I choose this family to be incarnated into, because this life will help me sharpen my tools. My consciousness will evolve if I incarnate into this vessel, and these things, and I overcome these trials and tribulations. Right?
There's definitely a purpose. I definitely feel like there's a purpose. I find a purpose to life now, and that is to serve others and to do something good in the community, whether it's gardening, music, meditation, yoga.
But you have to ask yourself, why is that the version that you wish to be? Why is that? What is it about that you want? Right? Is it do you want to be recognized as that? Do you want people to recognize you as that? So what part of you is it that wants people to recognize you, and for you when you look in the mirror to recognize yourself as that? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because all of those things they're not actually who you are. They're just they're aspects that you wish to emulate or incarnate, you know?
Yeah.
You want to be, basically, you just want to be a nice, chilled out guy that people can trust, and, you know, you don't wish any harm on anybody else. You don't want anybody else to wish any harm on you. You're just here to try and help people if you can. You'd like to be able to help people if you can, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's
I'm a big helper.
That's a generous, charitable spirit, right? But there's all kinds of ways that can incarnate and manifest.
Sure.
Right. If you just embody those principles, then the rest will follow, won't it?
Yeah. It's already, things are already happening. As you know, I'm growing, and my life is growing in certain ways that I'm really proud of, and I half expected, but you never quite knew. Yeah, I'm doing different stuff. I'm doing musical stuff. Last night, for example, I met up with a friend that I was I'd fallen out with for about 6 months because of something. I don't know. He felt I wasn't listening to him, or I was overwhelming him with negative stuff or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, we're back in contact now, and we've been hanging out and listening to different music, and with a view to, you know, busking and, you know, like hopefully making some money. So we practiced. We went out on our bikes with all our kit, me and my trumpet, and him with all his guitar and his pedals and loop pedal and speaker and all kinds of stuff, a couple of microphones. We went out to the over the coast near the beach, and sat down, and we just started playing, and it all just kind of came together. But unfortunately, it was so cold that I had to dip out and go home after about an hour because my fingers were turning to ice. I had fingerless gloves on, but yeah. But that's, you know, these things I'm going to do more of. But he had his own lights and light setup, and you know, we just boomed it out for about an hour or two, and nobody complained. I think we even had a few fans.
And did you get any coins chucked in the hat? Did you make any money?
No, we weren't. We were just practicing.
Just doing it.
We haven't busked yet. He busks on his own. He does okay, but I think I'm a better singer, so I could, you know, make us even more money. But obviously, we're going to have to split the winnings, the takings 50-50. No bullshit. Otherwise, it's, you know, partnership is over. You think that's fair?
Oh, that goes without saying.
I think we could do well.
That goes without saying. And like, if you want to just take all the money yourself, or you want to take a larger portion of the money or whatever, best thing, go and busk by yourself then.
Sure.
Because if you're busking with somebody,
that's probably what unless like anyway, eventually.
Unless like the person that you're busking with, they're doing most of the work, they're playing a guitar, they're singing and everything, and all you're doing in the background is with a tambourine.
I
and
can hold my
and a
own.
little bit of backing vocals. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I know
I
what
don't
you're saying.
like.
I know what
I'm
you're
a
saying,
solo artist because the complications of playing with other band members is just when everybody is at different levels of awareness. When people are just on different levels of awareness and they're not seeing things in the same way that you are. So less people that you have to work with in that sense, in the creative sense.
Sure.
Especially just
But he's got-
playing cover songs as well.
Yeah, but it'd be good experience, even if it doesn't last forever. And it's like it'd be good experience, and he's got lots of equipment, so I could benefit from that, and he'd benefit from having a decent singer on his side. So and somebody who can play trumpet as well. He's got his own trumpet.
If you're going to be the front man, right, and the lead vocals, if you're going to be the front man and the lead vocals, you can absolutely expect 50%. If he's providing all the equipment and you just end up doing backing vocals and backing guitar, but he's providing all the equipment, right, and he's charging the battery and whatever, then he might expect that he can take a little bit more of it than you can, but he might be really cool and just split it 50-50. Right? You can't really say.
We haven't really
you
talked
can
about
do,
it yet.
right?
So.
It's something maybe that you need to iron out before you actually go out there and do it. I say that when you're doing if you're relying on it as a source of income. I did for 18 months, man. I busked for 18 months and relied on it as my source of how I made my money. But the only reason I was able to survive was because, I had people subsidizing it.
Did you ever do it with someone else? Did you always do it alone?
Busking, yeah.
Right. So you've never tried it with anyone else. You've just got experience of other people doing it and it not working out.
I've just got experience of working in bands and the band's not working out, and busking I only ever busked by myself. And when I worked in bands professionally, it was a fucking nightmare. Ended up getting screwed over by the fucking manager. So like the more people that you involve, the more like the less money you're going to get and the more shit you're going to have to deal with.
Yeah. Bigger possibility of things going wrong.
To answer your question, Dom, the weather today is 24 degrees and sunny. But let's not forget, I live off the west coast of Africa on the 28th parallel. That's why I love it so much here, man.
It's got really cold here, man.
It's just started to get cool enough now for me to be able to sit here in a denim shirt without the fan on me and not feel too hot, not get all sweaty.
Oh, I need another layer. It's that cold.
No, I definitely don't.
So you think you still might be coming back here, or not? There's no plan yet.
I think I have to.
Yeah.
No, my dad took a bad fall last week, and he's doing better now. He's had a hip replacement and a femur, something done with his femur, and he's doing better. But I saw the pictures of him in hospital, and he was looking frail, and I was thinking, well, he's just turned 75.
Mm-hmm.
And
my dad's getting the same way.
Do I really want to roll the dice and say, yeah, well, if my dad goes before I go back to the UK and I never get to speak to him again, I'm all right with that. I'll be all right with that. I feel like we've done what we can, blah, blah, blah. I know that if that happens, I know I'm going to feel wretched. And I'm going to spend years berating myself for not, you know,
You don't need to do that.
making an effort.
Can't change what is past. You can only change the future.
By doing something now.
Yeah, in the present. Or at the nearest opportunity.
We can get depressed about the past. We can get anxious about the future. But we should just be grateful
for the now.
For the present that is now. For the gift that is now.
Really
That's why they call it the present. Well, right now, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I've got a slight headache. It might be because of the hunger. It probably is, actually. I've not eaten in 2 days. So,
when's your next gig
I'm
then?
just distracted as
You're
hell.
playing
I don't have
tonight,
gigs.
maybe?
I don't have gigs. No, I'm not playing any time. I don't have any gigs. I got a call out of nowhere on Saturday, and it was a one-off.
Okay. I know a lot of people enjoy when you play, on YouTube.
Yeah.
I do.
And yeah, but it still wasn't. I went 5 weeks with it not really it didn't. All it was a great big expulsion of energy, and very little return, should we say? So
that's a shame.
As much as I like playing for free, it takes a lot of my energy to perform, you know. Belt songs out to people and fucking to get lost in the zone. It takes a huge amount of fucking energy, man.
Shame you can't be more
in the absence of the food in my belly, bucks in my fucking bank are a really good source of energy, because then I think yeah, man, I can get some fucking noodles.
Yeah, please donate if you can, people. Richie's a good guy, and he's a really good musician and a great truth seeker, and he needs money, so please help him out. Thank you.
So anyway, I'm going to wrap it up, and maybe, what time is it? 3:44. I've still got another hour and 15 minutes. If I start at some time in the next hour and 15 minutes, then I'll be able to. Well, I can sing. I can get my guitar out and have a little sing. Probably wouldn't hurt for me to do that, to be honest, just to get back into the.
Yeah, man.
Into the
swing of it.
Swing of it again. Yeah, the gig went well on Saturday, man. It did go
Great.
well. I was really. My voice wasn't as cold as I thought it was going to be. You know, it was a lot warm. It was a lot. It was like I'd warmed up, and I didn't warm up, but it was almost like I had. Because when I tried hitting high notes, I was able to hit the high notes.
Because you're a professional.
That didn't always happen in the past.
Is that question on the screen? Is that for me? Is that?
Dude, that was for you earlier when you said, "Oh, I've had my channel for 15 years and I've never had a strike."
Right. No, but I make videos. I don't really. I've tried running lives, but it doesn't. I can't quite get the hang of it.
Have you made controversial videos that blatantly call out the official narrative being proposed? Like, basically, particularly since 2019, you know, the sensitive subjects about Trump and Hillary Clinton and John
I try and
Podesta.
stay away from politics, but I don't mind. I didn't mind bashing religion. I've done quite a lot of that.
Yeah, they don't mind that, dude. They don't mind bashing religion. That's fine. It's just when you start trying to pick apart their narratives for their psyops, like COVID and any election, any fucking election, any time. As soon as you start poking holes in that, you know, and it, like I said, it's only really accelerated over the last 6 years. It didn't before. They just deleted videos. They didn't give you strikes. They just deleted videos and didn't tell you anything about it. You just suddenly realised one day that, oh shit, where's that video gone that I made?
I don't think I've had any videos deleted.
You obviously haven't been you haven't been touching the nerves, mate. You haven't been touching the right nerves.
Maybe not.
You've been playing it too safe.
Playing it safe, yeah. But still, I say quite a lot of stuff, you know, in chats and online and stuff, and you know.
I, on the other hand, had my first channel deleted, and then my second channel, while I tried to build it, they deleted it for no reason whatsoever. They made up lies. They made up lies about me and my work, and they said I was doing this and that and the other, and it was bullshit.
You went too far, man.
They said I eventually I didn't go too far at all. I didn't go fucking far enough. They they were striking me and eventually ended up deleting my channel for medical misinformation, and I had made a point of not talking about medical stuff after I got my first channel deleted. I was very careful about what I said and how I said it. So what they accused me of doing, I blatantly hadn't fucking done, but they just delete the video. And, you know, they've deleted 700 of my videos. Before giving me back the channel, they deleted 700 of my videos.
That's really bad. That's terrible.
It's suppression.
Mm-hmm. It's rude.
Thanks, Dom. See you later, man. Take it easy.
Yeah, thanks, Dom.
Yeah, cheers, Dom. Nice to hear your thoughts.
So, anyway, on that note, 5 hours and 15 minutes in, 18 people still watching. Everyone's either tight or broke, but yeah.
No donos yet.
None. Just fucking Morgan. Fair play to him. Good man. Thank you very much. I just need 19 more like that. Right? If we can just manifest 19 more €10 donations, and that will be, I'll be all right for next week. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Peace and love and all that shit. And yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I'm gonna get my guitar out. Yeah, I'll get my guitar out. But I'm going to start a new stream for that. So, much love, guys. Thank you very much.
I don't understand. My thing is, do you want to make the point? Yeah. Well, don't lose your mind in the meantime. I can't even talk to people anymore. It's nuts. Does anybody know how to talk about anything anymore? They don't lose their mind, but you do, and we do, and I don't understand why that is. You can't go through. Listen, we're turning this into a joke. This is a joke. I'm not saying you have to. You can't laugh. Be very serious about it. But give me something and speak to me like somebody who's the pilot of a ship, who's very cool.
And up next, I don't know why I'm like this or what's wrong with me. Stay tuned for more.
Truth is like a lion. It doesn't need defending. Set it free, and it defends itself.
If you keep saying it, sure, it's not going to make it any more
we all know the phrase, mate.
We all know the phrase. It's just an idiom.
You're an idiot.
No, an idiom, not an idiot.
You're an idiot.
No. You're an idiot for not knowing what idiom is. It's clearly confused you because you think I just substituted the T with an M. You stupid gim. You momal mwam. What you got? You're a complete cunm.
Well, I think you're a prick.
Right, get rid of him.
Open up your eyes. We are being controlled. We're all just little freaky skin puppets dancing for the devil's delight.
Let's see what kind of smoke this little guy makes. For science. And for the vlog, of course.
Boomba-clot. This is no ordinary cigarette. This is some serious ganja. Feel the good vibes flowing through my whole body, man. This ganja is the bomb. Feel like I could hug every tree in this forest, man. Everything looking so airy. The birds them singing sweet melodies, the sun shining bright. Hamilton feeling like Jamaica right now, you know? Respect to Canada. Look at that little brother. Him just chilling, gathering him nuts. No worries in the world. That is the life, see? Yeah, man. Share the love. One love. The Boomba-clot prank can wait. Right now, we just feel the rhythm of the universe. Feel that beat, that the heartbeat of Mother Earth, man. She got a good reggae vibe today. And I smoke of the ganja until I go blind. You know I smoke of the ganja all of the time. Just gotta let it flow. Be like the water flowing down the river. Easy now, little fuzzy man. No need for bad vibes. We all friends here. Shut it down!